Hey everybody, this is David Lowry with Club Fantasy, and we are live streaming from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. I want to say a quick thank you and a shout out to BoardGameTables.com for supplying this table for this event, so thank you very much. Make sure you check them out at BoardGameTables.com. Our first guest tonight is Scott Morris with Arcane Wonders, and he's going to talk a little bit about the Mage Wars Academy core set.
Yeah,
thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, no, really appreciate it, man. And great table, beautiful table.
Thank you.
So this looks great. Yeah, so we got Mage Wars Academy. This is the core set. This is our brand new game. It's literally coming out in a matter of weeks. November 18th is the release date. Basically, what this is, if you're familiar with Mage Wars is a very big, very large strategic game.
Right.
And people love it, but they've always been saying, I wish I could play it in shorter bursts and on the go. And that's exactly what Academy does. If you've ever seen the Mage Wars core set, it's much bigger than this. It's like almost 2.5 times bigger.
Right.
This is everything you need for 2 players right here. And this is an actual game in motion in front of us right now. You still have the spellbook mechanics, which are unique to Mage Wars. In every other game, whenever you're dueling with mages, you end up shuffling your cards. And if you're crushing me, I have to then put my hand on top of my deck and pray I get my heal card. Right. With our game, you actually have a spellbook that has all of your spells in it. So you can go through, and if Dave's crushing me, if I put a heal card in, I can go into my spellbook, grab the heal card, and be on the go. So what it does is it takes away the luck of the draw and really focuses on the strategic choices you make in combat. It makes it really exciting because I could have a better spellbook than you in terms of like potency and how good the cards are, but if you play better and you strategize better, you can totally destroy it, which is the best part about the game. Everything is very streamlined. You pick cards out of your spellbook. You have one resource, which is mana. You gain that every turn. It's as simple as activating your creatures, reading their attack bar. In this case, this guy rolls 2 dice. So I would roll 2 dice against your mage. That's a great roll. I got 4 damage. You would take 4 damage and you'd mark it onto your damage marker.
Right.
Game goes back and forth in an ebb and flow gameplay where I activate a creature, you activate a creature. Once everyone's activated, we reset, gain mana, and do it again. Really fast-paced, really exciting, and focuses everything on your choices in the game on the board.
So when you're looking at the spellbooks, what is the downtime for either side? Are they both doing this all at the same time? Or?
They can be doing it at the same time in this. It's actually very quick because the amount of cards that go into your spellbook are anywhere between like 25 and 40, depending on how high of a level you put in your spellbook. Okay. There are some cards that are going to be really expensive and they take up a lot of points. There's a point system in your spellbook. So you may have only like one really big monster card. Right. But the nice thing about that is you're not shuffling and waiting for it to come up. If you have a creature that you just want to get out on the battlefield from the very get-go, as long as you have enough mana to play it, you go in your spellbook, get it, and bring it out. What that really does is it streamlines the gameplay to where you know going into the battle, I've put my spellbook together, I know what my strategy is and what I want to do, and the fun comes into reacting to what your opponent throws at you.
So if you're a retailer and you're looking at this game and you're thinking, how do I sell this? What are 3 core points that they should know about this game that make it easy to sell?
So the first thing is the price point. You get everything you see here. It's 160 plus cards, the 2 spellbooks, all the tokens and dice. It's $29.99. Really, really low price point. Second thing is the speed in the game time. It takes it to 20 to 30 minutes. First game will probably take you about 30 minutes, but once you're familiar with the cards and the characters and how they work, it'll be done in about 20 minutes average. The final thing is the unique spellbook mechanic. That is something that no other game has.
Right.
Every other game where you're dueling, you're at the luck of the draw, and this really focuses on the strategy. So if you want something that's quick, you want something that's super strategic but still tactile, and you got something that's a really low price point, it's a perfect opportunity to jump in. And the best part about this is all of these cards, same iconography, same terminology as Mage Wars Arena.
Right.
So if I invest $200 in cards in this set, and then I decide I want to go play Arena, all these cards come with me.
Awesome.
So I don't lose any of my investment. We've been telling people, invest once, play forever.
Right. Yep. Now, one thing I want to point out, folks, and I've done 2 videos on the Mage Wars series, so I can say this with all confidence. There is no better artwork in this game. So if you're really looking to sell it, display this game appropriately and make sure you point out how quality the artwork is in this game, because it lends so much to the thematicism. It's an easy sell without a doubt. So it's awesome. What else you got coming down the pipe?
We got a lot of things. So we're actually demoing a game here called Onitama, which is going to be the next game in our Dice Tower Essential line that follows up Sheriff of Nottingham. Completely different game from Sheriff of Nottingham. Okay. Sheriff is set back in Robin Hood days. It's bluffing. Onitama is all about martial arts, and it's a very minimalistic type game. In fact, it's smaller than the space we're looking at Mage Wars right here. We're going to be demoing that here. We're also going to be demoing it over the next couple of months, and it's going to come out probably like late February, beginning of March. Then we have another game coming out from Peter Hawes called Royals. Peter's done Triassic Terror, many very good games. We're basically what Royals is an area influence type game.
Okay.
It's all set in 16th century England. You're going to be playing cards to take controls of areas inside of Europe, and then those areas will give you control over members of the royal family. There's lots of different ways to score points in the game, and it's a very, very fast-paced game. If you've ever played Ticket to Ride, it's kind of got some of the similar mechanics of drawing cards from there,
right.
But there's a lot more influence and strategy in what you're placing and when you're placing.
Awesome.
That'll probably be out maybe a month to 2 months after Onitama hits.
Now, when is the Academy core set coming out?
This is coming out November 18th, so literally like 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from
right
now.
right on the money. Perfect timing here. Yep. And this is also going to be supported just like Mage Wars Arena is. Mm-hmm. We're going to have expansions for it. They're going to be smaller, single individual Mage expansions.
Okay.
So roughly around like the $15 price point range, maybe $20 depending on what we put into it. But the idea again, lower price point, easier entry into the game,
right.
Easily expandable too. So,
awesome.
Yep.
Well, there it is, folks. The Mage Wars Academy, of course. I almost said Arena because I've been working on that project so much.
Right, yeah.
And it's $29.95.
$29.99. Yep.
$29.99.
Yep.
All right, there it is, folks.
Awesome.
Scott, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
And
right.
folks, we are coming from you to the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo. So we want to give them a shout out and say thanks for having us here. If you haven't checked us out before, go to clubfantasy.com. Obviously, go to arcanewonders.com and check out what they have to offer. Stay tuned. Our next guest will be up in just a second.
Awesome.
All right. Sweet.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Anytime. We'll get this out of your way for the next guys and you'll be good to go.
All right.
See, super portable.
Super portable. And you made that so easy. I appreciate that. Tony?
Hey, thanks for doing this.
Hey, you're welcome. Thank you. The Bronx. All right.
Where am I not looking?
You didn't look anywhere. It's a conversation. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy back with you again at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me now is Tony Galati from Greenbrier Games, and we are going to talk about the new Bruce Lee game, Dragon Tide. So let's hear it. What do we got here?
Okay, so Dragon Tides is a cooperative game where players will work together to go through scenes in a movie. So the general feel of the game is that if Bruce and Brandon Lee were in a movie together,
right,
what would it be like? So the actual phases of the game are lights, camera, and action. You set up, you move, and then you take action and attack.
Right.
The game itself runs through scenarios,
right,
which are dictated by the rules. But it has a big choose your own adventure feel. So the better you do in early scenes of the movie, as you progress through the movie, it takes direct effect. So in an early scene, you have players cooperating against the thugs that are trying to throw crates in the back of their truck.
Right.
And if the crates get in the truck, then later scenes will have enemies with like better weapons and such. If you defeat them, then they won't have access to those items.
Okay.
So basically right here I have just set up like a little dojo scene, Bruce Lee against Tiger Hip. And what you'll see here is that just you have a health meter, you have a super bar, so every time you win a showdown,
right,
your super meter goes up until it accesses your superpower.
So just like the old arcade games.
Just like old arcade games.
Right.
And also tying into old arcade games, there are items in the game like chicken. So if you have a chicken, you eat the chicken, yummy, you regain the health.
All right.
So we have some little tie-ins there. But
little arcade action.
Yeah. And basically what happens is as you take the lights, camera, and action phase, you pick a signature move. So if I was Bruce Lee in the lights phase, I might pick my 1-inch punch.
Right.
Where I reveal before my showdown, it gives me a plus strike and ignores penalties.
Okay.
So, like, I'd choose to place that, and then in camera, I'd choose to take an action move.
Right.
And then we'd have a showdown because in action, I'm going to attack you. I'd reveal my 1-inch punch to give me plus 1 strike.
Right.
And then we would both choose a card to put down.
Okay.
Either a strike, a throw, or a grab.
Right. Right.
Now, so basically, we pick the card, we reveal simultaneously.
Okay.
Now, I have a strike beats the grapple.
Right.
The grapple beats a throw. Now, all that means is that I get two things happen. One, my super meter goes up because I beat you in this showdown.
Okay.
The second thing is I get a +2 modifier to this attack.
Okay.
So my strike is 3, so I will have 5 dice now because of the +2 modifier. And then I'll gain +1 because my 1-inch punch had a strike. So I'll be rolling 6 dice. You have a grapple of 4.
Right. And I got no bonuses.
And you got no bonuses. So
Okay.
we would simultaneously roll this. Okay. Now you had 1 punch and 1 shield. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 punches and 1 shield. My shield blocks your punch. You block one of my punches, and I deal 4 damage to you. So I really smacked down on that turn.
Got whooped.
And the thing is this. You look at that and you're like, whoa, that's so sweet. But the thing is in a regular scene, we'd have more dragons.
Right.
We'd have numerous thugs. And the rule of thumb is the same as the old action flicks, where if a thug goes up against Bruce Lee's just not knocking him.
Right.
But if a bunch of thugs jump on and start grappling him and start really confining him, then they start landing punches.
Right.
And he becomes weakened based on the grapples that occur.
Awesome.
So, and really that's the general feel of the game. One player would be acting as the enemies.
Okay.
Or you would logically choose what the enemies did. And then...
so how many players?
It plays up to 5.
And
one
time?
player is the bad guys and the 4 are.
Okay.
And the time is 30 minutes to 1 hour for the scenes.
Okay.
So basically the first movie book has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 scenes. So it can accommodate roughly 5 to 9 hours if we get it. And the game comes with two movies.
All right, awesome. There it is, folks. Dragon Tides from Greenbrier Games. What's the MSRP on this?
MSRP is $59.99.
$59.99. Dragon Tides. Check it out, greenbriergames.com. We will be back with you in just a moment with our next guest. Tune in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are back at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. We are here with Dan DiLorenzo from R&R Games, and we're going over Rome City of Marble. Tell us a little bit about this game.
Well, Dave, this is a great game. This is a tile laying game. And the object of this game is to be the one who can create the most victory points. And you do that by creating buildings. So if you notice, you're going to be playing these tiles that are rhombus shaped or diamond shaped, if you will. So as you place them on the board, you are going to create a hexagon. So if you notice here, when I put this on the board right here, so let's say that you lay a piece here,
All right.
and then I lay this piece here, all right?
Yes.
And so when you lay a piece, you're going to claim it. So I'll claim that, and you'll put one of your meeples in here,
Okay.
So if you complete this hexagon with a green piece,
Right.
you put your man in there,
Right.
all right? So you have created a building known as a bathhouse. And a bathhouse needs 3 pieces
Right.
to complete it, but it also is going to require that one of those pieces is green. All right? So because you place that piece, you're going to score 2 victory points.
Got
That's
it.
what's in here in the reef.
Okay.
So you would advance 2 points on the board.
Yep.
Then you would have the option to take this man, your magistrate, and put it on this little square token here.
Okay.
That token represents what's called Imperium, okay? Imperium represents your prestige in the Roman community, okay?
Yes, sir.
So while you completed this bathhouse, every player who has a magistrate in that building has the same option to take a piece of Imperium.
Right.
So I would take that as well, and I would remove my man from the board,
Right.
and I would do that, okay?
Right.
So as the game progresses, if I create a building with 4 pieces, so let's say this was like that,
Right.
and I put my man in here.
Okay.
Now I create a 4-piece hexagon, which is going to give me 3 victory points. Okay. And then, of course, if you have 5 pieces where one of them is yellow, so if I had a building that was created like this and like this, now I get 5 victory points. Okay.
Right.
And of course, if I have 6, creating a hexagon with 6 pieces, I get 8 victory points.
Okay.
Now let's say, Dave, that you put one of your men here, okay?
Right.
If you put your men in there and I have a man in there, then nobody has a majority for
Okay.
that building.
Right.
So you would not be awarded a building, even if you completed it, because you have to have majority.
Right.
However, because let's say you put this magistrate in there last, you would be entitled to build a fountain in here.
All right.
So rather than claiming a building, and let's say that you had built a successful yellow building, you're going to put a yellow building marker in here,
Okay.
and then you're going to put one of your building tokens in here.
To signify who
So
did it.
we know that you're going to score victory points from that at the end of the game.
Okay.
All right?
Right.
But in the event of a tie, no one's going to put a building, but you're going to put a fountain. All
Right.
right? So you take a fountain over here, and you would take your man, and you'd put it over here. The reason you're putting your men over here on the Imperium or the fountains, because at the end of each turn, you're entitled 2 movements in your turn.
All right.
Okay? That's what these tokens represent.
All right.
So here are your options that you can do every turn. You can put a token here, and that enables you to pick 2 random tiles. all
Okay.
right? You can't pick 2 of the same color on a turn, but you can pick 2 random tiles. Okay.
Okay.
So I can take a yellow and a blue. If I put my worker, my action token here, I can lay one of these on the board.
Got
okay?
it. Yep.
If I put my token over here, I can reclaim a magistrate somewhere on the board.
Okay.
Right? And then if I put my token over here, what this represents is that I can exchange 1 Imperium,
Right.
all right, for an extra turn.
Nice.
So that's the value of Imperium. Imperium allows you to use more turns as the game progresses. So rather than just having 2 actions, if I wanted to, I'm going to be collecting my Imperium over here.
Right.
I'm going to be able to use as many as I want each turn.
Is there any colored significance to the Imperium?
There isn't, except at the end of the game.
Okay.
At the end of the game, whoever has the most Imperium of each color gets 5 victory points.
All right. So it's a total of 20 possible victory points.
That's correct. In the event of a tie, if we each have an equal number of green Imperium, we're each going to get 2 victory points. Okay?
Okay.
So, this is how you score in the game. Obviously, you're going to score points if you create a building. So again, in this example that we use, you created a yellow building,
Right.
and you automatically will get 5 victory points during the game. Okay. As the game progresses, if you see here that you have, if I put a tile here,
Right.
the first person that puts a tile near one of these 3 points, these are the aqueduct points,
Okay.
you automatically get to lay 3 pieces of the aqueduct.
Okay.
The reason the aqueduct is important is because if I bring an aqueduct to my city, I score 2 victory points at the end of the game.
All right.
Then, if I want to put an action token at the top of this game board here,
Right.
I can then on my turn lay 2 more pieces of the aqueduct.
Nice.
The aqueduct must always be placed at the end of the furthest piece.
Okay.
An aqueduct can never double back on itself.
All right.
So obviously, I want to make this aqueduct go through as many of my cities as I can.
Right.
Because each city is worth 2 victory points.
Ah.
Now, in the other example, remember where we talked about that you had a fountain?
Right.
So let's say that you built a fountain here,
Right.
all right? So a fountain, at the end of each turn, you're going to get your magistrate back,
Right.
but whoever built that fountain gets a gold piece too.
All right.
Gold is worth a victory point at the end of the game.
Okay.
But it's also important when you build a fountain because whoever builds a fountain, whoever has a city or a building next to that fountain gets 1 victory point. So potentially I could score up to 7 victory points around each fountain.
Right.
Okay? So that's how you score points in this game. You're going to score points by building the buildings,
Right.
creating your aqueducts to score victory points at the end of the game,
Right.
building fountains that are adjacent to your buildings,
Right.
and there's one more way of scoring points in this game.
Okay.
As the game evolves and you continue building various types of buildings, see how we have bridges here?
Yes.
When you place a tile over the bridge, okay, and you cover it, you're going to take that bridge and you're going to secretly leave it above your player board.
Okay.
But if you note, underneath each of these bridges are victory points.
And they're all random?
They're all random. They're all placed out randomly.
Okay.
As the starting tiles are. So here are the 3 starting tiles of this game.
Right.
But there are 7 in the game, and you pick those 3 at random.
Nice.
So that's a quick overview of the game Rome, the City of Marble. It plays up to 4 players and can play in under an hour once you know all the various moves. And what makes this game unique is that while it's a tile laying game, there are many different ways to score points.
Right.
There are many ways to block your opponents from scoring points.
Nice.
So for example, if I saw that you were advancing this aqueduct here,
Right.
I could steer that aqueduct into itself, and then you wouldn't be able to continue building it.
Right. Right. Nice.
So there's a lot of different underlying strategies to this game. And again, it's a great game. It just came out at Essen, and it retails for $49.95.
$29.95. There it is, folks. There is a nice-looking, multi-layered strategy game, Euro style, Rome, City of Marble, Dan DiLorenzo, R&R Games. Visit them at, I'm sure it's rnrgames.com.
That's right.
rnrgames.com. We will be back in just a minute with our next guest. Stay tuned. All right, everybody. David Lowry with Club Fantasy, and we are here at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. Right now, we are with Josh from Gray Fox Games, and we're going to look at Champions of Midgard. Josh, give us a quick overview of Champions.
Yeah, sure thing. Champions of Midgard is a Viking-era worker placement game. It's worker placement with dice-driven combat.
Okay.
And so some elements of this are familiar, some of them are a little bit new. It's been compared favorably to Lords of Waterdeep. It's about that same level of complexity, but we find that people are finding this more immersive, more exciting. So basically the story behind the game is that the Jarl of this town has died, and each player represents one of these Viking leaders who has come to this besieged town, and they're going to kill monsters, get glory, and become the new Jarl.
Right. Sweet. All right, so what is the game-winning mechanic?
So it's essentially victory point driven. What you're going for is glory. Glory is what you seek in this game. And so we have the score track on the outside of the board to track that. The primary means of getting glory is to go out and fight monsters. So the game lasts for 8 rounds. It takes about 60 to 90 minutes. But each round is broken into 2 phases. You have a worker placement phase where you send your workers out into the village to get the help of the townsfolk, right? They may go to the swordsmith and get swordsmen. So you're collecting resources. This is pretty familiar. But one of the resources you covet most are these dice. And so these dice warriors are what you use for combat. So when you move on to the second phase of every round, you're going to be sending your warriors off to fight things like these troll or these draugr or these monsters on a distant shore. And each of them is a little bit unique, right? The troll is a creature that attacks the town every turn. And if you don't fight him, everybody gets blamed by the townfolk. But if you're the one who kills him, you get to take some of your blame and give it to somebody else. Right? So it's a little bit of politics. I killed the troll. What has he done for you lately? Right? The draugr are undead and they attack neighboring villages, and when you take them on, you get gold. You get rewarded for defending them. And then the big glory is in fighting these monsters on distant shores, because it takes the most effort. You need to get a boat. You need to load it up with your warriors and send them off on a journey. You need to give them supplies in order to feed them on the road. And they need to encounter events. Sometimes life is all quiet and they do just fine.
I want that life.
Other times they get lost or encounter a storm or even fight the Kraken. So these are a series of trials that you have to fight.
Depending on where they go, it depends on the event they run into.
Yeah, the events are randomly seeded, so you can kind of over-prepare if you want to plan for the worst. There are also mechanics up here that allow you to mitigate this. The Sage's Hut lets you look ahead, have a peek at what's coming, and you can choose your level of risk in this game. You can play fast and loose and just try and throw caution to the wind, or you can play more reserved and plan and make sure you know what's coming before you commit your warriors.
The artwork on this game is stunning, so that's really, really good. The component quality looks really solid. What's the MSRP on this?
The MSRP is $60, $59.99.
$59.99. When is it coming out?
It is out.
It is out.
It came out October 27th, and so you should be able to find it in retailers now. We've sold almost completely through the first run, and we have another run on the way presently.
Awesome. All right. Now let's go ahead and talk about the next thing that you want to talk about. You got a foam core box?
I do. So this is a miniatures bag from Games Plus Products. And so in this flagship bag we've got various levels of this pluck foam.
Right,
so for all your miniature needs, we've got 4-inch, 3-inch, 2.5, 2, 1.5, and 1. The bag holds all of these goodies. You can custom make them, put whatever foam you want in here. We believe that this is equal to or better than the quality of our closest competitor, and it sells for about 33% less.
33% less than your closest competitor? Sweet.
So this is the foam core flagship bag from Game Plus Products, and we're showing that off to you as well.
All right, so that is Gray Fox Games, grayfoxgames.com. This is Josh. Josh, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Champions of Midgard, folks. Check it out, pick it up. We'll be back with you in just a moment with our next guest. Thank you, and stay tuned. All right, we're done. That was easy. That was easy. Nice job.
The combat is approachable. I mean, we say it's 60 to 90 minutes.
Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me now is Stephen Bonacore from Stronghold Games, and we've got a lot to talk about, so let's dive right in. Stephen, what do we got?
I need a jumper seat here to get over my games here. I'm short to begin with, but I brought a sampling of just some of the things that we did this year, this season even, because Stronghold Games had a ridiculously good year. I'm really off the charts. Did 17 new games this year alone. 17 new releases, including small things, but it was just a big year on many, many, many fronts.
Right.
And especially one of the things that we did very well was build out our current lines of games. For instance, most people out there probably knows about Survive Escape from Atlantis.
Yes.
My flagship game, still my biggest selling game by far, really an evergreen game for me.
Right.
And it is sold for the last 5 years for me. So we expanded the line this year with several different things.
All right.
We have just coming out very, very soon is a boxed expansion for Survive called Survive Dolphins and Squids and 5-6 players, oh my. So basically this one is a box of all of the mini expansions that we previously had released for this,
Right.
but now in a great thing for retailers. This is a retailer-based show.
Right.
A great way for retailers to put this and display this on their shelves instead of in the smaller expansions.
Right.
So that's the first way we started. And then we went with a new game in the line completely, Survive Space Attack.
All right.
Now we took the basic premise of Survive and we brought it into space. So instead of trying to get your guys off of that central island, it's now a space station, and they're trying to get into escape pods and get away.
Right.
That part's the same, but now we've added a whole bunch of other things into the game. There's laser turrets in the game, which you can fire at the aliens, capture them, and then deploy them against your enemies.
Wow.
You can do something similar with fighter jets. The fighters, they're one-man fighters. You can jump in there, fly across the board, either to escape or to also attack the aliens to redeploy them later on.
Right.
We have a double-sided board in the game, so now you have variable configurations to how you want the game to be set up.
Increased replayability.
Yeah, all new powers in the game. So it basically takes Survive and makes it a little more gamerly. You can still play it with your kids and your
Right.
family, with your grandmother, but now you added that a little more gamerliness
Yeah.
into the game to keep it fresh as we go along.
Right, absolutely. All right.
And also, right in front of that, two little guys here. These are the mini expansions that were also basically brought out simultaneously for Space Attack. This is the 5-6 player mini expansion. By the way, the little guys are really cute in here and in here. They look like little spacemen. And a mini pack of cards, which is the Crew Strikes Back. Here you can draft some crew cards, and then they're one-use crew that you can use during the game of Survive Space Attack.
All right, so before we move on to these, what are the MSRPs on these units?
Absolutely. The original Survive is $39.95. We kept that nice and family friendly. There's a lot of game in that box for $40.
Right.
The box expansion with 3 separate mini expansions in there is $19.95.
All right.
And then for Survive Space Attack, we brought this up because we added so much more stuff into the game, and we brought this to $49.95.
Still reasonable.
Still very reasonable.
A lot of
games and a lot of great stuff, and really, really great for the holidays for the family.
Right.
That's really why we brought that out this time of year.
Nice. All right.
Space
Cadets, baby.
Yeah, Space Cadets line is my sort of my second biggest line, and this is Jeff Engelstein that started this with me several years ago. I got pitched a game by another designer that was set in the golden ages of science fiction.
Okay.
So we're Rocketeers, and we're going out into the solar system, and we're finding that in the solar system there are tons of aliens that are about to launch an attack on Earth. So we're taking the fight out to the aliens. We blew this game up. We went absolutely insane. We have over 100 plastic miniatures in the game.
Right.
16 different sculpts. This is a cooperative game of going out, exploring alien bases, alien space stations, attacking the aliens. And the one really great mechanic, new novel mechanic in this game, we call it the overkill mechanic, where when you roll to hit an alien, because basically on your turn you're going to explore, you're going to roll to try to shoot at an alien. If you get more than one success, you don't hit him twice or hit another one, you do what's called overkill. Your gun has an overkill option.
Right.
Your character has a special overkill option, like the doctor will be able to heal and things like that. The captain gives more command. And the alien has an overkill penalty option that you can use as well. So you're going to end up, when you play this game, with these great dramatic narrative. So you're going to say like, remember that time where I shot at the Sentinel in the other space, hit him for one, then I was able to move because I used his overkill option to move to the next space, pick up the neuronic hyperbolizer, and do this with it. So you're going to have these great stories that you'll be able to tell and experience with your friends. So this was my really my magnum opus when I brought this out. Because at first it was going to be the small game with just all cardboard. I said, you know what? I've always wanted to do a miniatures game. This is the one I want to do it with.
Awesome.
Really proud of the way this thing came out. We're demoing it over here for people right now.
What's the MSRP on that?
And this is a biggie though. This is $99.95.
$99.95.
1 to 6 players, fully cooperative game set in the universe, a prequel to all the other games.
Well, everybody knows how strong and what a great game the original Space Cadets was. You got to imagine this is just as good, if not better.
Yeah, really.
Right?
And when you see the game and when you see what comes in this box, you're going to say, wow, that's a great game with great components, great value in this box.
Awesome. All right, so what's the next one?
And then we just continue down the line. Now, this is New Dawn, and it is an Among the Stars universe game. So last year it came out with Among the Stars in a partnership with Artipia Games over in Greece. Among the Stars is a card drafting game. All the 7 wonders, pick a card, pass the card. And then you take the card and you draft it, and you put it down in front of you, and you're building a space station for you. This is not that. But what this is, it's set in that universe. So it uses some of the thematic elements of the game, such as the ambassadors that appear in Among the Stars, the great artwork that appears in Among the Stars. So one of the most beautiful things about Among the Stars is those square cards. Everyone is fully blown out with great artwork. This is a big 4X style game, essentially. You're going after control of a galactic sector against the other players. So while in Among the Stars, it's sort of like I'm playing my own thing, creating my own space station. Here, I'm going after you. I'm like, no, I'm going to control this sector, taking over your stuff. There's about 70 plastic pieces in this game. Can't really quite see them on camera, probably. There are various bases and mobile headquarters that you're going to be moving around, not as blown out with the plastics as this kind of game, but a lot of pieces to go out and explore the system, take over. It has a lot of linkages with another product that I have called the Miniatures Pack. I have the Among the Stars Miniatures Pack, which have 8 busts of the ambassadors, and you can use it in this game, and you can also use it in the Among the Stars Revival game and the rest of the Among the Stars universe as well. So you can buy that once and then use it for multiple things. This is $74.95. This is just launching this week, the 11th.
All right.
This launch on the 11th, and for retailers who may be watching, we're doing a special store splash in cooperation with the Envoy program, which is my demo team. And they do the demoing for many other companies as well, like R&R Games and Indie Board and Card. And we're going to be showing the game off in 70 stores across the country. You know, in arrangement with the stores. So we arrange to go in there, they get to have the game set up, and they're there for 5 hours showing it to people, hopefully making some sales for the retailer.
Awesome. Everybody, this is Stephen Bonacore. This is StrongholdGames.com. Get his newsletter if you don't now. He does a great job with his newsletter. And we'll be back with you in just a moment from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo. Stay tuned. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy back with you from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo, Nashville, Tennessee. With me now is Jules Vatour from Asmodee, and we're going to talk about Timeline Challenge. Let's go over the game real quick. What do we got?
So, some of you out there are familiar with the regular Timeline game. Came in a little tin. And the premise of the game was to put the cards with the different inventions on them or the different historical event and put them in the right order of the date. And it was a straightforward game. So what the authors of the game did, Frederic Henry and Cyril Damage from Asmodee, they created a whole new mechanism for the Timeline game where you can take your existing Timeline games and play what is now Timeline Challenge. And it's going to bring a bunch of different ways to play Timeline and a more interactive way to play it with your family. So this game, you can play it 2 to 10 players. You can play it up in teams, and pretty much that's how it goes. So everybody starts off here, and then what we're going to do on the first Timeline, we're going to do the first challenge. And everybody has a player aid like this, and what you're going to do is you are going to, on the first challenge, it's the right date. So on the right date, each player secretly programs, which is here on the board. We secretly program the invention of the hologram, and we're going to take our scorecard and we're going to program what date we think it is. The closest player on this round moves forward one space for each correct digit they get. And you also have the plus minus here, which is before or after AD. So I'm really bad at this, so let's we'll keep them hidden, and then go boom, boom. I'll go like this. What'd you get?
I got 1985.
I put 1631. It just moved on me. So then we reveal it, and it's 1947. So you get 2 points for the first 2 correct digits. Move your pawn forward 2 spaces. And then we do the challenge that you're on now. So you pull over 4 cards, go over here, like so, and then you have symbols on your program, and you got to program which order you think these are in. And we keep playing different challenges like this. So you have the order, you have the bet. So you're going to bet which era you think is right on the board, and you can hedge your bets. There's the gap, which you can you guess the difference in years between the 2 of them. And then this one here, you bet where the symbol, where you think it goes on the grid here. So these are all multiple ways of playing it, but it's got a really family aspect to it. So if you're not very good with historical, once the player crosses here, the last 2 players, if we're playing multiple players, will go to a sudden death challenge. The sudden death challenge, we're just going to play a straight game of Timeline, and whoever gets it, whoever wins that round, moves forward on the board to catch up. The winner is the first one to get to the end. And that's pretty it. So it plays in about a half an hour, and it's available now. It's available at all independent retailers now.
What's the MSRP on this?
$39.99.
$39.99, and you can take all the previous timelines, implement it into this game.
Correct, and there's actually inserts in the game where you can store all your old Timeline games.
So you can put it all in one box.
Yep. Sweet. And so you have 5 of these players, so you can play 5 individual players, so you can play in teams.
Awesome. Timeline Challenge, Asmodee. This is Jules. I'm David. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are here again at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. I want to do a quick shout out real quick again to BoardGameTables.com for supplying this table for the event. Check them out at BoardGameTables.com. Joining me right now is the fabulous Sarah Erickson from Yellow Games, and we're going to talk about Sapiens. Sarah, give us a quick overview.
Great, thank you. So this is Sapiens, and this is one of our games that just came out, so it's available now. And this is a game of guiding your tribe of early humans through the valley. And it has this great domino-style mechanic. When you're playing, on your turn, you're going to be placing one of these tiles onto the board. When you place the tile, if it matches, well, it has to match, and then when it matches, you take that action. Throughout the game, you're going to be taking actions that allow you to increase both your food and your shelter points. And that's important because at the end of the game, you're going to only take the higher of these two. So if you spend a lot of time making your shelter better, but you don't increase your food, then you're not going to be able to do very well at the end of the game. And somebody who keeps these a little bit more even would possibly get ahead of you.
All right.
So there are several different actions that you take during the game, and they are dependent on what things you match together. If you match two of the forests together, you get more food. Matching these cute mammoths on the board together, gonna look like that. Mammoths get you these steak and allow you to cook them if you'd like. The more steak you get at one time, the more you're going to be able to turn it into food. You also have these fist tokens that allow you to steal from other players. You put one of these tokens on a tile anywhere that's not on a board yet, and that means that when this tile does go onto a board, then it's going to steal a food from that player and give it to you. You also have an action that just gives you more shelter, and another action that allows you to place a bear token on somebody else's board.
Okay.
When you place that bear token on a board, you can put it anywhere you want on somebody else's, and you get shelter points equal to the number of other tiles that you're touching. You can also use that to block somebody to keep them from being able to play in a place that they want to play.
Right.
So it's a way that you can be a little bit offensive to the other players. If you do the action that gives you the bones together, that lets you place another tile onto the board, which will then let you take an extra tile at the end of your turn, which is handy. There's also the rock action, and that one lets you take one of these tiles off of the board.
Okay.
That's helpful because these tiles work as one-time use versions of each one of these different actions. That gives you access to maybe a different action you haven't done yet.
Right.
You also have the water action, and that one lets you swap a tile from your area with any other tile that's not yet on the board. So this would be your board all by yourself, and this would be a second player's board. Once you've placed your tile onto the board and you've done your action, then you refill using one of these tiles from this area, which is the general pool, and then you refill that, and that's the end of your turn. So it's a very simple game of simply placing a tile, doing the action, and then refilling.
What is the age range?
This one is a 10 plus game, and it is pretty easy, but you do have to think a lot. So pretty much any kid that has played a fair number of games is going to be able to get this, but it's really geared towards adults who want to think deeply of a strategy. It's a lot of pre-planning of where you're going to be placing your tiles.
It looks at 2 to 4 players, 45 minutes, so it's great for families. Fits in a nice little window for family time. What's the MSRP on this?
It's only $40, which is a really great value. It goes, like you said, up to 4 players, so you get with 4 of these player boards. There's a ton of tiles, lots of great stuff in this. I've played this so many times and I'm not sick of it, so for $40 it's a really good
Lots of replayability with all the different tiles and everything like that. All right, anything else you want to talk about coming out from Yellow Games?
We have so much stuff coming out, it's just crazy. Another really big release we have is Big Book of Madness. And it's a cooperative deck building game that hits your group of people against these monsters in this big scary book that you've accidentally opened. And so it's really a great in-depth game. It's got a lot of replay value, and it's also only $40.
One of these coming out to the market.
This one is already out right now. It came out on Thursday, and Big Book of Madness will be here in December.
December. All right, folks, there it is. Sarah Erickson from Yellow Games. Check them out at yellowgames.com. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We will be right back at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville in just a minute. Thank you.
Same thing on the board game front. Nest over here. So yeah, it's really those two, and then actually tomorrow morning we're open up scheduling for both of the Gatewatch events. But is it better to have this facing reverse?
Well, if you're going to break it open,
Yeah.
we'll do that.
Perfect. Outstanding.
Right.
Yep. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy, once again from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Right now I'm joined by Paul Hagen from Wizards of the Coast. We got some big Magic at the Gathering news for you, so we're going to let Paul take it away. Paul, what do we got?
Well, right here is actually our latest release. This is the Battle for Zendikar gift box. Just came out this past Friday.
Okay.
And really what we wanted to chat about was kind of, we did a number of changes to this product this year versus where it's been in the past.
Right.
Really based on consumer and retailer feedback. I figured we'd walk through a little bit of it.
Awesome. Let's do it.
So take the sleeve off here. And the first thing really we did is based off of a lot of testing originally with this product, we thought, hey, this thing's going to go in people's closets, going to hold their collection, not see a lot of travel or wear and tear or anything like that. And what we heard, it shows just like this one, was some of the what we call the use cases weren't right. People were shoving it in their backpack and taking it to a local game store.
Right.
They were stacking a number of them on top of each other, building a little leaning tower of magic. And so we said, okay, well, that design doesn't work for us anymore, so we need to do some changes to this.
Right.
And that starts with this box. Last, on occasion we saw a little bit of splitting along the seams.
Absolutely.
These have now all been reinforced along the sides, so they should be a lot sturdier.
All right.
Keep that lid all nice and intact. Now, you'll notice we got this little cardboard piece in here.
Right.
That's because during shipping, we want to make sure that everything's staying nice and tight. Nothing's giving pause for this to crunch down.
Right.
So we added that in. Then you'll also notice that we've got this everything really tightly packed and bundled this year. that's a little bit of a change over where it's been, because what we tried to do is prevent it from rocking around in there too much.
Right.
Just make sure that everything is nice and sturdy and safe. Nobody's going home with any dinged up cards.
Right.
Once we dug into it a little bit, we also last year this box had these little interior walls just running side to side.
Right.
We heard some feedback of those bowing a little bit and all that, so we said, okay, great. Want to make sure this is nice and sturdy, so now we've got almost a box within a box within a box. Whole thing winds up holding about 2,000 cards total or so.
All right. Both are sleeved.
And yes, sleeved.
Okay.
Yes, yep. And then, goodness gracious, if I can get this open. This shows you exactly how tightly bundled these things are. I'll do it this way. There we go. Beyond that, you'll also notice this year that we've gone through. It now features 5 boosters instead of where it was last year with 4.
Okay.
We've updated our interior stickers. Make sure everybody has everything all nice and tight on a little bit taller interior sleeves. And then obviously the promo that's come with each one each year is still in there, along with 20 basic lands.
Right.
Those are not full art. Just want to make sure I'm being nice and clear and make sure everybody doesn't yell at me later.
Right.
Make sure, pretty much went through and re-envisioned this whole product from the ground up and said, does this meet all the needs that are going on out in the world? Does it do everything that we're wanting the product to do? And then based on what we hear at shows like this, we want to make sure that we're always looking to evolve the offerings we have.
Right.
So the MSRP did bump up a little bit. It went from $19.99 to $24.99,
right.
But that's also balanced out by we're throwing in an additional booster pack from where it was in the past.
Okay. Awesome.
So, that's kind of the long and short of this one. But
so for those, and hard to believe that anybody in retail wouldn't know this, but for those who are new to Magic, how does this fit in to somebody just starting out?
From somebody just starting out, this is a great place to get into your card storage.
Okay.
You want to make sure that you have something to keep your collection in. Make sure it's not getting dinged up. I worked in a game store for about 5 years, and every once in a while I'd have somebody come in and bring out of their pocket the pack of cards, had the rubber band around it.
Yeah.
It was splayed out in all directions, and it always made me cringe. This product's helped to kind of built to avoid that.
Right.
But usually our first purchase that we always recommend for people is an intro deck.
Right.
You don't want to necessarily go here first, but this is a great place to start as far as card storage.
Nice. All right. So there's one more thing that we want to talk about coming out from Wizards of the Coast, and what is that?
This coming Friday, we've got Commander going on sale. Commander 2015. It's our latest and greatest. I think all the cards are out in the world. It's 5 enemy-colored decks.
Right.
Everybody seems pretty jazzed about it. Saw a lot of positive feedback and buzz online, so I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get out there, buy the new commanders, play with them. We've seen a lot of great fun going on with it at the office. So
awesome.
It should go over fairly well. Those are this coming Friday.
This coming Friday, the new commanders are coming out. This is Paul Hagen, Wizards of the Coast. Wizards.com. You can find everything you need to find out about their products there. And there's, I don't know how many Twitter addresses, but
I can throw in a plug for one other place. We've just about 2 months ago we started up a Facebook group for our retailers. Just search for the Wizards Play Network on Facebook. We've got a closed group on there, so retailers can talk about issues, concerns, questions, anything to do to help everybody build a better business and help their customers out.
Great step forward for the retailers from Wizards of the Coast. David Lowry, Club Fantasy, Paul Hagen, Wizards of the Coast. We'll be right back from the Southern Hobby Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay tuned. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy back at you from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is Ryan Skinner from Cryptozoic Entertainment, and we're talking about the big Ghostbusters. We got it going on right here. Ryan, give us the lowdown. What have we got?
Absolutely. So in the Ghostbusters board game, it is an entirely cooperative, light adventure RPG where the players are going to get to take on the role of the four iconic original Ghostbusters from the original film.
All right.
Peter Venkman, Egon, Ray, and Winston.
All right.
They're going to be working together to work through different scenarios. The game comes with 15 different scenarios that culminate with boss fights with Slimer, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and Idulnus, which is a ghost character from the comic book series that we were able to work in.
All right.
Each scenario has a set of rules. We have a bunch of different scenarios here, and it tells you how to lay out the board, what the initial setup are, what any special rules are, which ghosts you need, and so forth, and how to use your tiles. The board is modular with two-sided tiles, so you have street setups as well as like Central Park style setup, with various different obstructions and conditions on them, so you can set up a lot of different ways. As you're playing through the game, you have a couple actions you can do on your turn to be able to trap the ghost, deposit the ghost into storage. Just like in the film, they had to take the ghosts and put them into the containment unit back in their firehouse.
Absolutely.
In the board game, there's a fun little story we got to have written, which is that the Ghostbusters have retrofitted their Ecto-1 with a portable containment unit, so we don't have to drive all the way back to the firehouse to deposit our ghosts.
Just
we just plug them into there, and that sends the ghosts back to the spirit world where they are spilling into New York.
Why don't you go ahead and hand me that box real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Move that over the way so people can see it on the screen.
Sure.
All right. All right, there we go.
There you go, yeah.
So what is this here?
So this here, we've got a bunch of different stuff. So we have cards that are stats for the different ghosts you encounter.
Okay.
So in the game you have actually a few over here that I have set up face up. We have our Class 1 ghosts, which are the Galloping Ghouls. We have Class 2s, which are the Gruesome Twosomes.
Right.
We have our Class 5 Apparition, the iconic Slimer, and his little model right there. Over here we have our Class 3 Boogaloo Manifestations, the big tall guys, which are right here.
Right.
As well as Idulnus as a boss and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man as a boss.
Okay.
So each one of these ghost cards has not only some lore and some information about the character, but on the other side it tells you all the stats about how to play with that ghost and how their AI basically works. What happens when you hit them with a proton stream? What happens when you miss them with a proton stream? How do they react, and where do they move, and how do they move, and so forth. Ghosts are traditionally very unpredictable. They're very wily, just like in the film. You shoot at Slimer, and he's just bouncing off the walls and through the walls and so forth.
Right.
And so we have the PKE meter we employ, which is this little token here, which serves as a sort of compass to tell us how the ghosts are going to react and move.
Right.
So if Slimer here was supposed to move, we would roll this 8-sided die. We roll a 2, and we consult the compass, and he's going to move in that direction, however many spaces as dictated by the cards.
Okay.
So, other components we have here, we of course have the individual character cards for the Ghostbusters.
Right.
Each one has an XP track at the bottom, so you can play, during a scenario you earn experience points, and if you play a campaign, playing through the entire 5-scenario campaign, you can carry over your experience and thus earn new abilities to make yourself more capable as you go. Each character also has its own stream tokens, which are these little round discs.
Right.
They work to emulate the actually having your proton stream from your gun wrapped around a ghost. So if Winston hopped out of the car here and took a shot at the Gruesome Twosome and landed it, he would put his stream token just like that, which shows that he's got his proton stream now wrangling that ghost in place.
Interesting.
And so the cards will tell you how many streams you need to trap a ghost. The smaller ghosts may only need 1 stream, and you can trap them by yourself.
Right.
But the bigger, meaner ghosts might require the entire team and require teamwork to get everyone contributing to be able to trap them or take them down.
So what's the playtime on this?
Playtime on this, it depends on if you're doing a single scenario or, again, the campaign, but we'll say a single scenario, about 45 minutes to an hour. So if you want to make a night out of it and play through an entire campaign, you could do that over several hours, but yeah, about a 45 to 60 minute scenario time.
All right, and what is the MSRP on this?
MSRP is $85, comes with everything you see here, so you have a wealth of ghosts, as you can see, from the level 1s, 2s, and 3s,
right.
The 3 boss models, the 4 colored Ghostbusters, and the little Ecto-1 model
right.
That you can drive around the map, as well as all the tokens and scenarios and whatnot. The custom dice are also included with the little ghost symbol on it. for the 6, as well as a special event die that activates the gates to the spirit world, which is another bit of chaos that can kind of happen each round. So, yeah, a lot of great components for the 85. So.
And what is the MSRP? Oh, we said 85.
85, yeah.
When's
yeah.
it available at market?
This week. It actually is street dated for the 11th.
Okay.
So you'll be able to see it in stores on Wednesday this week.
There it is, folks. Ghostbusters. Oh wait, one more thing. What else?
Sure.
What else you got coming out?
What else we have coming out? We
Yes.
have a few other neat things. So this year, this is almost our last release, but outside of Ghostbusters, we do have a new expansion for our DC deck building game.
Okay.
One of our kind of evergreen brands that we're continuing to grow. This is our Watchmen expansion. So based on the iconic DC Comics graphic novel Watchmen. This is a crossover pack. That's a $13 MSRP.
Okay.
It has a very new playstyle added to the traditional deck building experience, where just like in the traditional Watchmen story, one character is actually a secret kind of evil mastermind, even though he was originally a hero. So everyone plays as a hero cooperatively initially, but one person is working towards a different goal and will eventually be able to reveal themselves as the traitor and the evil mastermind with a secret plot that will now make it much more difficult for the other players to succeed at overcoming these set challenges. So it's a very different way to play DC deck building game. That comes out beginning of December, so here in just about a month. And then going into 2016, we've got a variety of new things coming. We have some new originals that haven't been announced yet, so I won't go into too much detail there, but we have some new originals. We have more DC content, more Adventure Time Card Wars content. We have announced we're doing some games with Antoine Bauza and Ludovic Blanc, who were working on an Attack on Titan board game. So a new license that we're excited to work with. That's a vertical board game where you have to scale a Titan with little miniatures and to be able to take it down. Also a semi-cooperative one versus many type of game that's really cool. Some people may have seen that already at Gen Con. We were doing some demos there. And some other things, again, that I can't quite announce yet. But we have a lot of fun stuff coming in 16, for sure. So,
all right.
Yeah.
There it is, folks. This is Ryan Skinner. He's with Cryptozoic. Go to cryptozoic.com and you will find out all the latest and greatest. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We will be coming back in just a minute from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay tuned.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy, back from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Again, I want to thank BoardGameTables.com for donating the table to us for this particular expo and other things that we're doing. So thank you. Check them out at BoardGameTables.com. Joining me is Robert Villeneuve from Cool Mini or Not, and we're going to be talking the Grizzled. Robert, what can you tell us about this?
It's a 1 to 5 player game. It's basically a co-op game. You have to work with each other to essentially survive World War I. It's about camaraderie and survivalism. For being a game that's about World War I, it has very little to do with combat. It's what you're trying to do is you're going to select a mission level, a grade, 1 through 3 of how difficult it's going to be. That'll determine how many cards you draw from the various cards that are in the deck that are shuffled together. And what you have to do is you essentially have these 2 piles of cards here, the Dove of Peace and the War Memorial. They each have a pile of cards on them, and your objective is to deplete the peace pile before the War Memorial pile. That means that you ended the war in peace. Or, if not, they build a monument to all those that didn't survive the war and go from there. The second aspect of completion you have to do is you also have to empty your hands of all the players. So you empty this and the hands of the players. You empty your hand by playing, every player will take a turn and essentially place a card in play. And the different cards have symbols and weather effects on them, from night to rain to snow, multiple effects. Some of the cards are what's called hard knocks cards. They have abilities on them, things like shell shock, where you're mute, you can't talk because your nerves are rattled, to the lightning bolts represent damage. So how you successfully win a mission is by depleting all the cards from your hands, or withdrawing if you can't play a card without sacrificing the whole team. So if you put down 3 of a kind, the mission is a failure. That's what you want to avoid. You want to deplete all your cards or withdraw without losing that particular mission. If you do that successfully, then at the end of the round you can actually give out support tokens to players. These things allow everything from giving speeches to removing damage from players to allowing your special abilities to regenerate. Every player has a card that they'll pick up that represents them, and you have a special ability that negates one of the bad effects that's in the game. So at the end of every round, you're going to give those support tokens out to boost morale, and it will help you continue playing.
Nice. So, what's the average gameplay for this?
Even with new players, all new players, 5 people, when I've run demo games of it, I can get 5 new players through it in 30 minutes. So veteran players can do it in 20 to 30. It's a very simple game to pick up. It's very quick to set up and to play. And once you get cooking with it, it goes very quickly.
Now, this is all over social media right now. What is it about this game that's making it so hot?
To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure. I know that when the game was first brought over and we had our sample copies, I looked at the game and said, oh, this is cool. It's inexpensive. It's only $20. It's small, so it travels well. But I think it's the fact that you can play a game so fast and the replayability is immense. Because you can play different characters with different abilities. The hands that you draw can be completely different. So there's a lot of factors in there that will change up the gameplay.
So all that replayability with an MSRP of $20.
$20, yeah.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. All right, so that's the Grizzled. What else is Cool Mini or Not got coming down the pipe?
Oh, we got all kinds of stuff coming out. For this particular brand, for these guys, I've been telling people lately that we've, with the publishers, or we publish it, but the makers of this game, we've signed with them for 3 more titles to come out next year with them. So keep an eye out for that. So again, MSRP very low, so you can get into the game real quick, and they're the same size. That's the great thing about those. We're going to revisit some of our original titles, like Arcadia Quest. We're going to Kickstarter starting soon for our next edition of that. We've got Black Plague and Besieged coming out at the early part of next year. Lots of cool stuff.
From what I understand, you guys are branching out in the style of games that you're bringing to the market.
Yeah, well, this is the first one that we're bringing to the table, as it were. That's not in our traditional bread and butter stable of $60 to $100 games. This is $20. That's the first step to broaden that spectrum of appeal. The next one is Queen's Necklace, which is at $30, which is a republished game. So we bought the rights to that, we painted the game, and did some new artwork for it. And then this next year, we also have some family-style games that we're going to be coming out with too. So we're going to broaden that spectrum, as I said, from the planned purchase to an impulse buy. So you can walk into your local game store and think of Cool Mini or Not, and go, yeah, they've got a selection of games that I can just pick up for $20 and start playing today.
Awesome. There it is, folks. That's Robert Villeneuve. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. This is the Grizzled. Check it out, order it, put it in your store, and sell it. We'll be back from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville in just a moment. Thank you. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are here again at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm joined by Rhea Friesen from Steve Jackson Games. We're talking about a classic, Munchkin Christmas Light. What's different about this Munchkin from all the other Munchkins?
Well, the biggest difference here is that it's a fully playable game for $10. So it's got everything you need to play that you would get. So it doesn't have a dice, it doesn't have the counters, but everything you need to just to kind of get started with the game.
Right.
And it's a $10 instead of 3 to 6, it's 3 to 4, just because the number of cards is less than you typically have.
Right.
Although it's still fast-paced, still the same. Kick down the door, get to level 10, get all the loot. So it's all the same Munchkin fun, just smaller.
All right, so we're set up to kind of run through a quick round. So why don't we?
Yeah. So this is like if you've already kind of gone through the first turn, and then we just kind of go from there. So I'm gonna go first.
Okay.
And I kick down the door. Bam. Level 10. And I am still level 1, so I'm in deep, deep trouble.
Yes.
So I'm gonna ask you for help. Although there's not a whole lot you might be able to do.
I don't think I have anything. I have nothing.
All right. So bad stuff. Don't look down. Just lose your foot gear. Thanks. So that's what happens to me. And now it's good.
There we go. And I got Curse Berserk. Lose your headgear, so I just comes in.
Oh no.
Lose that?
Yeah, that's out. Alright, so we're just running through that.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's see if we can find a quick monster here. If it's not, I'm just gonna pretend like I drew a monster. So we can get a good fight out of the way. Large angry chicken. Alright. So I defeat it. I level up.
Yep.
I go to level 2. Same kind of deal.
Right.
On your turn, you've got some level ups in your hand, so you probably play those. Kick me.
Right.
Back in line.
Right.
And there we go. So again, the same experience, same kind of thing.
Right.
Some of the art or some of the cards will be familiar from previous Mushroom games, like the gazebo, some of the really iconic ones.
Right.
However, it is new art, so you'll see like the gazebo will have Christmas lights, have a little bit of snow on them, just to kind of bring out the holiday spirit.
So if you're a retailer and your people are asking about a Munchkin, what are 3 of the points that they might want to point out about this directly that's going to get that sale?
I think the biggest point is that it's a fully playable $10 game.
Okay.
I mean, if I were a retailer, that would be. If I was already talking to somebody that played Munchkin.
Right.
If I was talking to somebody that maybe wasn't playing Munchkin already, then I would tell them about sort of the experience of like, this is an RPG sort of simulation in that you're trying to get to your 10 points, you're trying to get all the loot, just like you would in a video game or another type of game. But you're doing it in sort of a fun, silly, making fun of each other.
Right,
way.
absolutely.
So it's a really good, like, let's put this in the stocking.
That's a great filler, right? Yeah, right. So what else has Steve Jackson got coming out in the near future?
Oh man, we've got some really fun stuff. Some of it I'm not allowed to talk about, so I can't. But only because we're getting in trouble. But we do have. So we just announced that we're doing a run of I Hate Zombies.
Okay.
I'm so excited about that. I can't even. You wouldn't think rock paper scissors could be so fun. So we got that going on, and then we've also got Car Wars Arenas coming out. So if you're a fan of the Car Wars Classic line, Car Wars Arenas is going to have fully done maps that have never been in that format before.
Okay.
So if that's your thing, you're going to love it. If you're looking for something that's Car Wars but a little bit more fast-paced, we've also got Car Wars a card game that came out recently that is going to sort of fulfill that same, like, I want to get the other driver in this arena setting and get to the squishy center.
Right.
But I want to do it in 20 minutes.
Right. So, what are their MSRPs on those games? Do we know that yet?
I Hate Zombies has not been announced,
Okay.
but it will probably be close to what is already out there.
All right.
I have to remember what else it was.
I threw her a softball and she missed. So.
Arenas is going to be about 25.
Okay.
Card Jam is about 40.
Okay, there it is. This is Rhea Friesen from Steve Jackson Games. I'm David Lowry. We are at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo out here in Nashville, Tennessee. We will be back with you in just a moment, so please stay tuned. Hey everybody, David Lowry back with you at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. We are here with Travis Winter of Atlas Games, and we're going to go over 3 cheers for Master. Travis, give us a quick overview of what this game is all about, please.
This game is about building a cheerleading tower of minions who are unfortunately very violent and very dim-witted.
A cheerleading tower of minions.
Correct. We want to make Master happy. Master is an evil overlord who's conquered the known world, and now he's kind of blue. And when he's blue,
I want this game already.
when he's blue, that means we die.
Right.
We don't want that. So our idea was wave pom-poms in the air when he sees us, and hopefully he won't kill us, he'll kill you.
Okay.
So that's our goal.
All right.
Now, Master has 3 rounds of aggression when he pops up.
Right.
So, and minions have these violence arrows with the blood splatters that you see.
Okay.
So we want to build our tower as secure, stable as possible while trying to put violent minions more into your tower.
Okay.
Now we each are going to start with 3 cards.
Right.
So I'll get you one more.
Okay.
And we need to get Master into the game. Now we're going to play a quick game, so I'm just going to throw Master in right here.
All right.
And we're going to throw the Master is coming card right here, so we're not going to play that many rounds.
Right.
But normally it would be the bottom third of the game.
Okay.
This is you. This is the boss.
All
Actually,
right.
this one's me. That one is you. We're going to, when we play our 2 cards, we're then going to put our 4 minion on it ourselves and move up the tower.
Okay.
The further up the tower we get, the more the cards are worth. Because you'll see the number in the top right corner is your victory points.
All right.
So I'll go first.
All right.
So it says play a card. I'm going to play Barther. He's gone to the dark side. It was not a very long trip. And I'm going to put this ninja over in your tower.
All right.
You're not allowed to look at that unless a big hairy fight card comes up.
All right.
You'll flip it over, then flip it back over.
Okay.
I'm going to keep my 3rd card. I could discard it. I do need to put my 4 minion out there. And then I'm going to drop to 3.
All right.
Now it's your turn.
All right, so I want to play a card, and being that I know you're over here and attacking me, I probably want to do that, right? So I've got idling out for 3 victory points. I can play another card if I want.
You do have to play another card.
I do have to play another card, so I'm going to go ahead and play that on top of our tower. All
Now
right?
make sure you put your 4 minion out.
And I want to hold on to this one.
Okay.
And
So
so I'll
drop
draw
to 3.
All right.
Now, one thing I did forget to mention, the higher up the 4 minion gets, the more your tower is worth. So when he makes it to this rank, this row is times 1. This row is going to be multiplied by 2. This is the 2nd row. If you make it up here, it's going to be multiplied by 3. If he doesn't make it back up here, it's just going to be multiplied by 1 again.
Okay.
So we've got that going on. I'm going to put this guy up here. And that guy there. I'm going to move up. Start to draw. Now we have a big hairy fight card come up. It's the same on both sides, so you don't accidentally put it into your hand.
Right.
Your ninja will flip over.
All right.
He's going to fight that way. There's no one there.
Right.
I suppose technically he's on the first rank.
Right.
There's no one for him to fight here, but there is somewhere to fight up here.
Okay.
So he's going to kill this tall.
All right.
That guy gets discarded. Mine, no one here, nothing, no one there, nothing. So my tower is stable. And then I finish drawing my 3rd card.
So I made the mistake of thinking that I'm attacking him this way. I'm not. I'm attacking this way.
Wherever the arrows are.
Right. But there'd have to be somebody here. I got it. All right. So, got to play a card. There.
Remember, you're going to be fighting up to there,
that's
so
right.
you want to probably start a new
tower.
Or find one that, like this guy's got the shield, so that would actually protect you right there.
I see. All right, so then I've got a couple other cards I'm not sure what to do with. I can either switch or do something here.
Those are action cards, so you can actually do things like moving cards.
Right.
Or move a card up to the side one, so you could actually pull one of my guys
So
out.
that's where the real strategy comes in.
And drop. Gravity would happen.
Right.
On my tower here. And since that guy's weak, gravity would kill him. So that would be a smart move with that card.
Right.
And you'd knock my tower down to that.
Right. So let's play that. There goes that to that. And I think I want to stop where I'm at. No, I have to play one more.
You have to play a 2nd card.
I have to play a 2nd card. So I will go ahead and play that right here and start a new tower. Draw back up to 3. Okay?
Alright. Let's see here. Put that guy there for some fun.
Okay.
And put pickles right there. And yeah, I'm going to drop the 3.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put that right there.
Now he's got a shield here,
Oh,
so you
that's
may
right.
want to move him
Move up there. Right. Smarter than me. All right. And
I've
then,
been playing this game for a year and a half.
all right, and let's go ahead and switch those 2 cards.
Nope, that one actually will move to an open spot.
Oh, well,
so you can move like that one, you can move him. You could actually move him out of your way so you can build up.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because he'll fall.
Right.
He's fine.
Okay, and then I want to keep this, draw back up to 3.
Now we have violence.
Okay.
My 4 minion will stop the violence there. I've got nowhere to have violence there. This guy's going to kill him.
Nice.
All of violence has occurred, so gravity will happen, and I'll fall down to there.
Right.
I think your tower is secure.
Right.
Because he's there to stop any violence that happens, so...
We're good.
Your tower is secure. I'm going to put Poe up here. And I think I'm going to switch these 2 cards on you.
Wow. That's not very nice.
And I'm going to get rid of that one. Let's see if I can get some fun minions here.
Wow. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and play this here on you. And stack that on top of that.
Okay.
Draw back up to 4.
Now, this next card I'm about to play is the reason we call this a stick it to your neighbor card game.
Oh!
Has lots of blood and arrows.
Nice.
Since I played one in yours, I think I'll just play one in mine now. And we'll with comic. I'm going to move my guy up.
Okay.
And drop the 3.
Well, that was quite evil. Yeah. So I will go ahead and play that so I can move him over here. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because he's going to do damage everywhere. Right?
Yep.
So that kind of was lame. Man, that's lame. But if I played that, I can move him to an open space.
Correct.
So I can move him there, and then he'll do less damage.
Correct.
All right. And that's all I want to do. Oh, I got to play one more. So I will play this one, and I will switch 2 of yours. And let's switch. Can I switch any 2?
Any 2, yep.
So we can do this.
Alright.
Draw back up to 3. Oh.
Big hairy fight. I'm on this guy, so he will not do violence.
Okay.
However, he's going to do violence and kill that guy. He's going to do violence and kill that guy. He was doing violence down here, but I had a shield to protect me. Now gravity will happen. He's flying, and he falls.
Okay.
Over here, Popper explodes.
Right.
He is a kamikaze, and on the card here it says when he does his violence, he also explodes.
Okay.
So he dies.
All right.
But he takes him with him.
All right.
And that's it for violence in your tower.
All right.
And if you didn't make it back up to 3, you would continue drawing.
Right.
This tells us that Master is coming.
Right.
So anywhere in the next part of the deck, Master will be here.
Right.
And you got 3?
Nope, not yet.
One more? All right.
Now we're good.
It's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play Brookler there. And I will play that guy there. And I will draw.
All right. I need somebody with an arrow down. That's what I need. Has had enough there. And the sword rack trio. Climb up one more.
Okay.
And drop the 3. Oh, big hairy fight card. Alright, so 2 arrows. I'm there, no one there. Single arrows, this guy kills him. Nothing. Stopped it. All right, gravity. He's heavy, so when he hits somebody, he crushes him.
Okay.
And weak minions die when they fall. So my huge tower has gone way down.
Yeah.
And
we have no damage over here.
So it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this first to move this guy to an empty slot. And I will go ahead and stack him up there. And I will draw 2.
That, he's here, and Master is here.
Okay.
So we have 3 rounds of aggression.
Okay.
In my tower, I've got 2 arrows here against that guy, he's dead. Single arrow here, that guy's dead. That's it. Now gravity will occur. That guy was weak. My 4 minion is here, so that will stop any violence here. There's no other violence that can happen, so my tower is now stable and done.
Okay.
We'll go through 3 rounds of aggression, but you're all done.
Right.
Now we just add up the points.
Okay.
Since both of our bosses or 4 minions are on the bottom row, all the points are just multiplied by 1.
Right.
So I would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. There it is.
I win by 1.
All right. There it is, folks. 3 cheers for Masters from Atlas Games. This is Travis Winter. Go to atlasgames.com to find out more. And I'm David Lowry from Club Fantasy here at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. We will be back with you in just one moment. Stay tuned. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy, back from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is Nate Murray with IDW Games. We're going to talk about the game and some other stuff. Nate, let's do a quick run through of the game. What's this all about?
Okay, so the game is it's a German import, and it was nominated actually for the Spiel des Jahres this year.
Okay.
You might recognize that because Machikoro, another title from us, was also nominated for Spiel des Jahres.
Yep.
So 2 of the 3 games of the year, and we carry. This one's just coming out. It's called The Game. There's a little less info out about it, so let's go ahead and talk about it.
Okay.
It's a fully cooperative game.
All right.
For 1 to 5 players. Real simple, what we have here is 4 stacks, actually 4 starting cards.
Right.
2 1s, 2 100s. The deck goes from 2 to 99.
All right.
And our goal is to play all the cards in the deck onto those 4 stacks. If we can do that, we win.
Right.
If we can get under 10, it's considered a pretty good game. So you'll end up being perfect in this game is really difficult. I've played a lot of times. Typically, I can get down to 1 or 2. A perfect game is rare. But what you'll end up doing on your turn is, and this is all hidden information, we're not allowed to share hands or talk about what we have.
Right.
You'll have to play at least 2 cards from your hand,
all right,
a third if you like, onto one of these stacks, either moving up or moving down. Luckily, because we set this up for live, I have a terrible starting hand.
All right.
So let's see. This is a 1, meaning it has to move up. So that'll be my first card.
All right.
And then my second card, I'm going to play on one of these stacks moving down. So 78. Now, that's not, I wish I had done better for us on camera, but that's what makes the game so difficult. So now you'll play, and you'll either be moving up or moving down. There's one last rule I didn't mention,
right?
And it makes things fun. If you can play a card that's exactly 10, higher or lower,
right,
depending on which way the pile's moving, you can reset that pile. So if you have an 88 right now,
right,
and we had rigged that for this camera,
right,
that would look great. It would be a really exciting moment. And it would jump that pile back, and it gives that wow moment to the table. And that rule is really what, when this game starts to click and get into that extra fun mode, that's the rule that really adds a lot of
but
excitement.
I don't have an 88. So
That's
I
fine.
will play down.
Okay,
there.
very good. That's a good play. I like that a lot.
All right, and then
so as far as sharing information,
yes,
I'm not allowed to tell you what's in my hand.
Right.
The only thing I can tell you is, do I like a pile? And maybe don't play on that pile. So I'm going to tell you right now, I like this pile.
Okay.
So on my
leave that
turn,
one alone?
if you don't mind,
we'll play up on that.
I think that's a great play, and then you'll draw back up. So you could play a third card. You don't have to.
Yeah,
that's the option. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing.
Right.
So I was telling you I like that pile because I feel pretty good about a 93 out of 96.
Right. And I'm going to say, I like that pile.
And so your group starts to develop this like kind of meta communication style where you're like, do you like it or do you like it?
Yeah,
That's a little bit of cheating, but it's also hilarious. I'm now, again, because we're being honest, I'm now going to take that pile all the way up to there.
Wow.
And because I've done such a horrible thing, I'm going to go ahead and play my third card because 40 and 42.
Okay.
So, as you can see, it's difficult. We're already spiraling. And now I'm going to tell you right now, I would marry this pile. I love this pile.
See, I could absolutely double marry that pile.
We could get into some kind of polygamous relationship with that pile. Okay, so it's up to you, and that's all the information I'm allowed to share.
Well,
so
I think if I did that, right, and then if I did that,
oh my God, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And
yeah.
if I did that,
you've caught on very quickly to this game. That's excellent. Yeah,
kind of getting a little bit
You're
of
kind of getting it. Okay, and then so that's 3 plays is all you get.
That's all
so
I
then
get,
you'll
so-
draw it back up. Okay.
All right.
So that's good. So now we're doing better. I do wish things were slightly different. Okay, I'm going to play 3 cards this turn as well.
Okay.
And I'm going to go here. That makes me think that maybe you're not super excited about my play.
That was the one that shouldn't have happened, but that's okay.
But yeah. So
That's okay.
and that's what'll happen in the game is that you'll have those moments where but keeping the communication limited, but not so tight as a Hanabi or anything like that. It makes it more fun, and we can have more high five moments when you jump and back and all that. It's a really contagious game. I haven't shown it to a group yet, but
didn't really like it.
Yeah, it's one of those things we'll play it, and Nice, okay.
right.
And you'll do okay on your first go, and you'll go, you know what? Let's set it up again because I think I could do better the next time. Are you going to go for a third card?
I'm going
You're
to
go for a third card. Okay, nice. And once again, I am left without a play.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy. Really, it's a tough game. It's. I play this a lot. Now I will tell you right now,
we're struggling also.
Yeah, we're struggling. You can, and what's fun is actually this is a great card. What's that, a 9? Let's go 10. Okay,
There you go.
I'll look good doing that.
Right.
Yeah, but then we're gonna have to jump that all the way up to this. So, what's fun is you can solitaire this game as well, and it's a great solitaire game. But you're only drawing from one hand of cards. So what you do is you give yourself an extra card. So instead of the 7 we have, you would go up to 8 to give yourself a little breathing room because we're having enough trouble with playing off both of our hands in perfect spots. If you can imagine playing, nice play. If you can imagine playing by yourself in only a limited hand, it can be difficult. But it's fun. So,
I don't know. All right.
Oh boy, we're not going to win this.
We're not going to win this game.
I actually have an okay turn, so I feel like that, and then obviously that, and then I'd like to go ahead and stretch it out and play that.
All right.
And I feel like getting those 3 on the table is pretty good.
That is pretty good. So I'll go ahead and play that.
Nice.
All right. And I will go ahead and play that.
Okay.
And I think that is about the most damage I'm going to do.
What's funny is that normally there's a lot more of I like that pile going on, and we're both doing
we don't have
so
enough,
poorly that there's not much. Like I don't care, but it's.
This is kind of like real life relationship. It's kind of like
yeah. So this is and this So wow, this is really. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna jump this pile all the way up.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna hit that pile.
And 95. Now we can still, if we get a nice run, I've seen games where you can come all the way back because again, don't forget the skipping back 10 rule.
Right.
So we could hit 85, 75, 65. Right. We could bring this all the way down. If we were doing well.
If it's possible.
And that's the hope that keeps it all alive. So it's just hitting stores and nice. I like that. I now reasonably appreciate that pile.
Do you? Okay. I'll leave that pile alone.
Okay. Excellent.
I will go there. Okay. And I think I will go.
That's great. I think you're catching on. I think you're doing much better than me in this game. So I felt like that was good.
That's great.
You start to just look to cut off the triage at some point, and then. Oh, I thought I had a play. You know what?
I like a couple piles.
You like a couple? Why don't you tell me before I destroy?
I kind of like this pile.
You kind of like that pile.
And I kind of like the top pile.
And you kind of like the top pile.
Kind of like the top pile.
Okay, that's kind of like so. Well, I'm gonna destroy the top pile a little more because because of a card I have. Okay. I feel like there's a little wiggle room, and we'll see if I'm right about that. So we'll see about that.
I'll go ahead and 85.
Oh my God, that was so great. I now am happy with that pile.
Are you happy with that pile?
I could ask that pile to a second date.
Okay, and I'll refrain from doing any more damage.
Okay. All right. I see it ebbs and flows. It's a swingy, fun game where we thought it was hopeless, and I've played plenty of games where you pull a win, or not quite a win, but at least you pull a respectable loss. And let's go like this. Watch this. Okay. 28, and then here's the jump back rule we talked about. Right. So sometimes you'll see someone playing and go, "Why are you drinking so low?" It's like, well,
bam.
Actually, I made that pile better than when it started.
Absolutely.
So there you go. So
all right. Well, I'm going to 69 it. Edit that out later. And wow. All right, we might have hit a snag here. I'm gonna have to, unfortunately.
Wow, that was a snag.
Yeah.
We've gone snag. That's okay. That's fine because I was gonna make it bad anyway. So again, we just we're working off the same path of just staunch the bleeding really, and that's it. So. what happens is we'll burn through this deck.
Right.
And the nice thing is if we can get all the way through the draw deck and it's just in our hands, then we get a little tension eased off us because we can shift to only having to play one card.
Right. Okay.
And then 2 cards. So it gets a little, if we can make it there, but really the fact is, you know what, I'm back infatuated with that pile. Oh, no. You know what? That's okay. Do whatever you like.
Do whatever I like.
Do whatever you like. I liked it, but then I thought, that was the only thing.
That's all I got.
Yeah, that was the one. That's
all I got. Sorry.
Okay.
And then I got to kill that pile.
Okay. All right. So we're killing all that stuff. So I'll show the people at home what the move plan there was to jump that pile to 98 and then bring it back down to 88, which would have been a lot of fun. That's why I told him, hey, do what you like.
Right. And I did the one thing.
That's how it goes. But that's the fun in communicating on this game is
Right.
All right. Let's keep making things terrible. Let's go that. Let's go that. We'll get 3 out
I
there.
really like that pile.
That's good because it's your turn.
Yes.
There's nothing more I can do.
Play a 6 on that.
I love that.
And then I will play a 5 on that.
Okay, great.
And then I will play a 4 on that.
Wow, that was awesome.
Yes, that was a great.
That was great. And then you know what? I'll play a 3 on that.
Oh, I love that pile.
You love that pile?
I love that pile.
There is almost nothing that could be done in that pile, so you can have it, and then I'm going to cause some trouble somewhere else.
Okay. The pile below it's pretty good too.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, in that case, the pile below is pretty good too. Well, then we're going to see my 98 88 move that we talked about earlier.
All right.
And that's going to make that pile now. We're up against it. 4, 6, 7. Nice. Very nice.
2. All right. Then we got a 51 there.
Very nice.
And I think I will stop the damage.
Okay, that's good. Good for you. Wow. Again. Okay, this definitely. We're definitely doing this. Okay. So 49 is great.
That's great.
I always take a move where I only lower pile by 2.
Right.
But then I'll follow that move up by lowering it significantly.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
36.
So,
All right.
So
I can do that pile.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. Right there.
I can do that pile. I can do a 34 there.
I love that. I now love that pile.
Do you love that pile?
I do.
All right. And this
I've suddenly developed a slight.
So the only way we can do this is to
89.
Move
Yeah, 89 would be great. If you did 89 there, that would be cool.
I cannot make another move.
Okay. You can't make another move. If you can honestly not play another card, we've just lost. You cannot. Okay, so you can if you can, but it's a bad move. That's one thing. But if you can't, and that's the game.
Oh yes, wait. No, I can.
Okay.
I can.
Very good.
Yes, I can.
So that's the rule of the game. Is that okay? Cool.
All right.
That actually wasn't that bad because we can.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I love it more. Okay, 29. And then I have to play on that pile still. It looks like, because this is at 99 and this is at 2, those have bottomed out. So unless we can bounce those back, that's all we have. So really we're surviving off these 2.
Well, I can do an 18, and then I can do a 15.
Good. Okay, that's pretty good.
I can do a 13.
Okay, all right. And I think we may have ended our game here. So we'll go over it together. An 83 is impossible.
Right.
A 79 is also impossible.
Yes.
33. Nope. 71. No. 20. No. 61. No. And 16. So that's it. We have. So that's the remaining cards of the 99. We probably got about 70 in play.
Yeah, we didn't do very well.
We didn't. Not the best game of the game. That was, but that's fun. Look how fast we got on.
Yeah,
so that's
a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think there's a good reason it was nominated for the Split Jar.
So what's the MSRP on the game?
It's a $20 game.
$20.
Easily portable. I've had this in my pocket all day. I took it out while we were at the open house earlier.
Right.
Got several different groups into it. Great family game. You're teaching a little bit of math, numbers. So, a lot of positives. Just a great game.
Right.
The game.
So tell us a little bit about Dragon's Gold then.
Dragon's Gold I brought to the table because it's my favorite game that we publish. We published Machikoro, obviously, which is our most successful game, but Dragon's Gold is a time negotiation game that's hilarious. It's by Bruno Feduti. Each of us has a team of adventurers, and what we're doing is we're sending our adventurers out to a communal pool of dragons who have 2 stats on them, hit points and loot.
Okay.
So once the total number of adventurers have hit the dragon to kill it, then we now, anyone who has an adventure played against that dragon, we're going to negotiate for the loot.
All right.
And so what's fun about it is a 60-second clock turns over, and we have 60 seconds to make a deal, and if we can't make an amicable deal, no one gets anything.
All right.
So the nice thing about the game is that everyone's involved. Even if you're not in a deal, you still very much care, because the best thing you could do is yell from the sidelines, don't let them take advantage of you, because if we can't make a deal, the third party wins.
Right.
Because we've both wasted resources, we both lost things. So it's hilarious. Everyone's very vested in every negotiation.
Right.
It's the game for social party games are very big right now, but a lot of them involve having to lie or bluff.
Right.
You don't have to lie in this game, but you do get to negotiate, you do get to talk. So for those people who couldn't play a game that involves a hidden traitor mechanic, but you want to bring something fun to the table, a high party count game, this is the game you want. It's got a lot of chaotic fun to it. It's something I play any game that I can, so that's Dragon's Core.
3 to 6 players, 45 minutes, ages 12 and up. What's the MSRP?
That's a $40 game.
$40
well
game.
Worth the $40, absolutely.
All right, folks, this is Nate Murray with IDW Games. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We will be back momentarily at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay tuned. Hey everybody, we are back already at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. This is Charles Ager with Privateer Press. We're going to do a quick interview about some of the stuff they got coming up. Thank you and welcome.
Hey, absolutely.
So tell us, what does Privateer Press have coming out that's such big news?
So the main thing the Privateer Press is known for is our miniature war games, War Machine and Hordes.
Right.
But lately we've been pushing a lot into the board game aspect of life. One of the more popular board games that we did was a game called Omega Protocol. It's a sci-fi dungeon crawl set in a quasi-post-Earth, almost conspiracy theory type setting from the 50s. And it was one of our incredibly popular games, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And we've since decided to come out with an expansion, which will feature 2 new heroes as well as a series of missions.
Right.
And the 2 new heroes are something that our community has really asked for. One of them will be an alien mercenary commando, and the second one will be a sort of mech piloted by a human, particularly in that setting where we will also introduce additional villains based around Russian sort of, again, the 50s conspiracy, Cold War theory sort of situation.
So, for those who are not so familiar with this series, what are some of the hot points that would be a great way for them to be able to introduce this series to somebody who walked in their store?
Sure, absolutely. Level 7 is actually a set-in for our system. And the first game that we came out with is called Escape, and that is more of a horror survival game. So you and the rest of the players wake up in a government facility. You don't know how you got there.
Right.
You don't understand what's going on. And the only thing you have to do is escape from Subterra Bravo, which is the military facility.
Right.
So throughout the series, it's sort of a semi-cooperative experience. You may want to save your buddies and help and get to the elevator, try and reach upper levels. Or maybe there's a couple of aliens chasing you and you just need to trip your buddy and hope that you can get out.
That's right.
So that was the first game in the series. The second game is Omega Protocol, which is the sci-fi dungeon crawl of the series. And in that situation, you and up to 4 of your friends are playing as commandos. So it's a very elite military team who's received lots of training and how to deal with the situation. And that takes place after escape. And those 1 to 5 players will fight against one other player known as the Overlord. And the Overlord player is the one who controls all of the aliens who have now infested the facility. And the great thing about that particular game is it's got this wonderful, unique mechanic called adrenaline. So on the commandos' turns, they can get super pumped up. They can use their adrenaline to charge farther, to make additional attacks. But at the end of the round, all that adrenaline goes to the Overlord. So the further the commandos push their activation, the more resources the Overlord will have to follow turn. So it's very much a risk management system of how much you need to get done and how much you think you can withstand the follow turn. And Omega Protocol is the one that will be coming out with the expansion with additional characters and additional content. And then the third game in that series is called Invasion. And this is a global cooperative game. So think the aliens have now started to invade Earth properly. So they have dropships coming out, and all of the governments of Earth have sort of banded together to try and fight them off and to try and save lives. So throughout the game, you're managing the resources of an entire geographic area. So you're trying to preserve your population, you're trying to have enough food, you're trying to build your cities back up while you maintain your fighting forces. So throughout the series, each game offers a different experience and different snapshot of that set.
So when are these expansions due to come out to the market?
So the Omega Protocol expansion will be coming out first or second quarter of next year. And the other expansion I'd like to talk about is the first hero expansion for our Undercity board game. And Undercity we just released about 2 months ago. And that is 100% cooperative dungeon crawl set in the Iron Kingdoms.
Which looks awesome.
It's heavy. It's got tons of miniatures in it. It's got over 40 miniatures in it. It has 9 playthrough missions. And it's been incredibly well received by our community. Both inside our War Machine Horse community as well as the large community. And that game has done incredibly well for a large variety of retailers. So from the collectible card game retailers who primarily deal in that market, even to like sports collectible miniatures, we have a lot because it's cooperative. And the rules are tangible enough that you can pick it up and play it with your 12-year-old. Or you can pick it up for your 12-year-olds, and we have a video that you just how to play the game in about 15 minutes. And the basic rules for that game are incredibly quick. And so after 15 minutes, they've picked it up and they're able to go on their own. And because it's 100% cooperative, you don't have that ganged up syndrome or that bus driver syndrome. So there's not one right choice, or there's not a better choice. It's what can we do to make sure that we beat the scenario. And it's been incredibly popular. And the one thing that our community's asked for time and again is more heroes. And so while with our No Quarter, our bi-monthly subscription magazine, we have added additional scenarios and additional events. We haven't really added any of those heroes yet, but due to our community demand, we are going to come out with a set of 4 hero packs next year.
Awesome. All right, everybody, this is the latest from Privateer Press. This is Charlie Eagle. I almost got that wrong last time. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We will be back to you with the Southern Hobby Retail Expo here in just a moment, so please stay tuned. We'll see you in a minute.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy, and we are back here at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is Clay Capra from Legion Supplies. We're going to find out a little bit about the company and the product. So Clay, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell us a little bit about Legion Supplies, how long you've been around?
I've been around for several years.
Okay.
And basically we make amazing game supply products.
All right.
So we really specialize in sleeves, deck boxes, binders to protect your cards.
Right.
That's our bread and butter, what we do.
All right. So let's start over there with the binder.
Sure.
Talk about your binders. What makes them a little bit different? Price points in general.
Sure. All right. Well, I brought the shiny gold today.
A little dragon scale action.
Yeah, this is dragon scale. This is our new gold. So like our old gold was kind of a yellowish color. Now we have the actual metallic gold.
Right.
So these binders are very sturdy. Like these are really going to protect your cards, not really flimsy.
Right.
And this is our 9-pocket binder. And this is going to hold 360 cards for you.
Nice.
It's got 20 pages, 18 cards a page.
All right.
All right. And we also make a 4-pocket if you want a little smaller binder as well.
Okay.
And that, so all with the dragon scale, all the different colors. Then we have, this is our cool packaging. This is a horde. So this is a deck box that's going to hold 100 sleeve cards for you.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
And I have something cool to show inside of here.
All right.
I've got a new product to preview here. This is our Life Calc.
Nice.
You check one out. These are going to be suitable for using with Yu-Gi-Oh.
All right. Can we get a shot of that down here on the table? Real quick.
So you can press these buttons to raise and lower your score, and we can have a random D20 in there.
Right.
You can turn it off and on. It's never going to lose your score until you hold the reset button down.
All right.
And that'll reset it. So this is kind of our life calc. You can actually use it to keep track of the score of any game, but this one is going to be great for you.
And what's kind of cool is each one of them has a different Egyptian symbol on it. The Eye of Horus, the Ankh, different things like that. So, you get a little variety in that life calc situation.
Yep.
Awesome.
These are some of our newest sleeves. So we have the Left Shark from the Super Bowl halftime show.
All right, nice. Sweet.
Yep, and this is a gloss finish on these sleeves.
All right.
And then we have Rubber Ducky, You're the One. So you gotta love that.
You gotta love it.
And you got Ernie's hand coming up, so this is really cool. Our newest product that's going to be hopefully in retail stores, or will be in retail stores in December, is going to be our Super Iconics. And we make these sleeves with our iconic symbols. It's got skull, leaf, biohazard, fire, water. And the Super Iconics is going to be our double matte sleeves. The double matte has a matte finish on the art side and on the gloss side of your sleeve. So it provides a really smooth shuffle.
Nice.
They're very durable sleeves. They're not going to split on you. The art's not going to wear. So we're really looking forward to those Super Iconics coming to stores in December.
So give me a little bit, what are the MSRPs on some of these products so they know what's going on here?
This binder's going to be 30.
Right.
Horde is going to be 15.
Okay.
You've got our deck boxes are $3.50.
All right.
And these are $4.50 for the pack of 50 sleeves.
Pack of 50 sleeves. All right. Is there anything else that Legion's coming out with that they want to talk about while we got you on the air?
No. Just the Super Iconics coming out in December.
Where can people find out more about the products?
They can go to just legionsupplies.com.
All right, there it is, folks. This is Clay Capra with Legion Supplies. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. You are at the Southern Hobby Retail Supply Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. We will be back with you shortly with our next guest, so please stay tuned.
All right. Thanks, David.
Thank you. I appreciate
Awesome,
it.
So that was the gist of it.
All right. We will. You're going to be here tomorrow and all that stuff, right? Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are back at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me right now is Josh Githens from Czech Games. We got a couple little products to talk about. Let's go ahead and start with Prodigal's Club. Tell us a little bit about that. I've yet to see this game.
So Prodigal's Club is going to come out in the beginning of December. So we're looking like first or second week of December.
Okay.
And what this is, it builds off of another game that we released called Last Will.
Right.
So this is kind of the successor to that. You can play them actually together or separately as two different games.
Okay.
So if you're unfamiliar with Last Will, what we're going to do in the game, I'll turn it over for you. You have 3 different modules, and you're going to play with any 2 of the 3 modules.
All right.
So we have possession, so that's all the things that you own.
Right.
You have social, that's how much people like you. You have election, if you're trying to win an election. But rich people in a social club, they don't want to be the best.
Right.
They often have nothing better to do than make silly bets and try to be the worst.
Right.
So in this game, like I said, we're going to play with 2 of the 3 boards, and you're trying to drive down your popularity, or get rid of all of your items, or lose the election.
Okay.
So it's played over 5 rounds. It's a worker placement style game. So you'll have errand boys that can go out and do errands for you. And basically you'll be collecting cards during the errands phase, or be taking the special actions of the spaces that you're on.
Okay.
Then there's an actions phase, and you'll play the cards, and like I said, you're going to try to drive down your votes, or you're going to make a social faux pas at dinner, or whatever the little cards are saying, and you're going to drive down how much people like you. Or with possessions, you're going to be spending your money to get rid of all your, basically you're getting rid of all your possessions.
Okay.
So you're trying to spend all your money.
Right.
The end of 5 rounds, you're going to count your score in each thing individually.
Right.
So if I have a 3 in one board, and I have a 7 on another board, my score is 7.
Right.
You want to have the lowest score because you want to be the worst.
Okay.
So it's kind of very opposite from what you normally try to do. Instead of being the best, you want to be the worst. So it's a lot of fun. Played it the other day with 2 friends of mine, teaching them brand new fresh. We got done in under an hour. So that was opening the game, reading the rules, punching the components, and playing the whole game. We were done in less than an hour.
Wow. What's the MSRP going to be?
MSRP is $50.
$50. Prodigal Club. It's from Czech Games, coming to you in December. So that looks pretty sweet. So let's go to the hotness. We'll talk a little code names.
So code names, probably you've heard about. We've been very, very fortunate with code names. It released at Gen Con.
Right.
The first shipment came out early September. We had no way to project the overwhelming success that this game was going to have.
Right.
We shipped 9,000 copies on the first wave, which for us was a very large print run. And we were, like I said, we were very fortunate. A lot of people have taken hold of the game and they really enjoy it, and we really appreciate all the fans that love the game. So we sold out of Wave 1 instantly.
Right.
Wave 2 just landed like this past week.
Okay.
Distributor has it, Southern Highway had it, but I know that they've shipped them because we had a ton of pre-orders again. So we're going to try to meet demand as best we can. Again, early December, same time as Prodigal's Club coming out. We have about another 30,000 copies that are coming in time for Christmas.
Okay.
So we're really trying to get the supply out there. A lot of people have asked me, like, why aren't you making more? Where's this game? Like, we're making a lot. Just the success of the game. Like I said, we've been very fortunate. We love everybody that's been enjoying the game. Like, that's been fantastic for us. So we're trying to get as many to you as we can. So I'm not short printing them. I'm not keeping you from you. I'm trying to get them to you as fast as I can. So these are actually from my personal 6 or 7 that I had for the few shows that I had to bring here to have on the show to be with you. So and to bring here for the open house. But we definitely have more coming.
No, it's still in the plastic wrap.
Still in the plastic.
So what's the MSRP on this one?
The MSRP on this game is $19.95. So $20 MSRP.
Right.
It is made by Vlada Schwadl, who has made other great stuff for us. Dungeon Lords, Dungeon Pets, Galaxy Trucker, all these great games. It's just been a phenomenal hit.
So this is 15 minutes long. It's 2 to 8 players, right?
8 plus. We've had games with as many as 20 people. So at Gen Con, some of the other game companies and stuff, we were all sitting around that night, and just more people would show up, and more people would show up, and we just kept making the teams larger.
So what are some of the hot points of this game and this game that a retailer should know to be able to move it off their shelf?
Right, so with Codenames, this is the number one party game on Board Game Geek.
Okay.
So if you go into Board Game Geek right now, which a lot of people are starting to get in that mode for Christmas, they want to see the rankings, see what's popular, this is the number one rated party game on Board Game Geek.
Okay.
It's very easy to teach. You can
Right.
teach the game in about 30 seconds.
Okay.
It has a great price point. It's $20, so anybody can get it for themselves, a gift, a friend, family member, aunt, uncle. Like I've heard stories of my dad never wants to play games and he loves this game, or my aunt never wants to play games and she's awesome at this game and I have to get more for her. So it's a great price. It's very highly rated. It's #1 on Board Game Geek in the party game section. So get it while you can. I mean, it's amazing.
Everybody's talking about it.
Everybody wants it.
So what are like 3 points on the Prodigals Club?
So Prodigals Club, Vladimir Succi, great game designer. He was the original designer of Last Will.
Right.
It's a great worker placement game, like I was saying. And it also, I like the idea where it flips on its head what you're trying to do. So instead of trying to get the most, you're trying to decrease your score to the least, which I think is really innovative for a game mechanic. So it gives you something fun, and it doesn't take itself super seriously. Like the cards are colorful with this fun art. The whole theme is very, very comical. It's just a really good time wrapped into that worker placement theme. So this is excellent.
Awesome. And so this is due out in the second week of December?
Yeah, so restock of this and Prodigals Club first shipment coming in, we're looking at very early December.
Is there anything else coming down the pike from Czech Games that you want to announce to the people?
Yeah, so if you have Tosh Kalar, which is our abstract strategy game that we have an expansion for that called the Nether Void. I didn't bring any with me because I don't have any, but that is also coming at the same time.
Okay.
And we have for Galaxy Truckers, we have the Missions Pack. We released at Essen. We had a couple hundred copies there, and we did a bigger print run. So they'll be in the States at the beginning of December.
All right.
And then that line we will be bringing back into our catalog. We're looking at 2016. So Galaxy Trucker and all that stuff will be back in our catalog properly. So we've been working with some great publishing partners in North America. We just see an opportunity for ourselves to kind of take our line and really focus on it. So we've been very, very thankful for the guys at Rio and Z-Man that have helped us. But there's an opportunity for us to take control of it and move forward with it. But like I said, they did a really great job, and we're very happy with them. It's just a chance for us to grow our presence in the States, which we really want to try to capture.
All right. There it is, folks. This is Josh Githens. He is with Czech Games. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. We will be back with you momentarily, so please stay tuned. Hey everybody, David Lowry back live with you. I'm with Club Fantasy. We're at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is the always amazing Maureen McCardle from Fireside Games. And we're going to be talking about the Village Crone, which recently just came out, correct?
Yes, September 30th.
September 30th. So give us a quick overview about this game and what makes it exciting.
At its heart, it is a worker placement resource management game with spellcasting and a lot of really rich theme elements for it. So you are a witch. Every player is a witch. There are 6 different witches in the game. They each have their set of familiars.
Right.
The witches are the crows. There are cats, bats, rats, spiders, crows, and snakes.
Okay.
And you will send your familiars out to the different locations in the village to harvest ingredients that you need. So you will be getting soil and flour, silver, fire, and I have Newt as a wild card that you can use to be any of those ingredients that you need.
Okay.
So you're going to be collecting the ingredients that you need to cast spells on the unwitting villagers so that you can score your victory points. First player to 13 points becomes the town witch. So
all right.
The town of Wickersby needs a witch and you want the job. So, the different things that you're going to be doing are making villagers fall in love with each other, turning them into frogs, binding them into locations, and it's all dictated by the different objectives that are on your witch's scheme cards.
Okay.
Each witch is going to have their own set of schemes that are going to hide behind their little screen
Okay.
because you don't want anyone to know what you're doing.
Right.
Your secret schemes. So, for instance, this one is called Chasing the Farmer, and it requires me to get the farmer to the mill and transform the farmer into a frog.
Okay.
So I can actually move. Oops, I grabbed the peasant. Sorry. We'll pretend this is the farmer. So what I would do is I would get the farmer into the mill. So I would use my movements to move them into the mill, and then I would take my fire and my flour, which are the ingredients that are required for the transformation spell, and then I would check here. So we've got transformation, a fire and a flour, and then I would say, like wheat from soil is crushed to flour, thy form is now within my power. And you go.
So you got some fanaticism in the game.
Now a frog. So
Nice.
That's a really fun part. You can also make villagers fall in love by spending 2 fires and saying by the laws of attraction. Cheat sheet. From the belly of desire and the laws of attraction, be chained now without distraction. And I can bring the blacksmith over here, and they are now in love. So you're going to find yourself at odds with the other witches because they're going to be trying to make other people fall in love or
Right.
need other people to be witches and things like that. So there's a lot of kind of back and forth, and it's a kind of a puzzle shifting landscape game. So it's really good for people who like that kind of puzzle aspect.
Okay.
So, and what's really cool is the board is modular, so you can rearrange pieces
Okay.
and have a different configuration every time you play. So it's like a whole new game every time you play.
So how many people can play the game?
1 to 6.
1 to 6 players.
Yeah, so in the solo version, you actually limit the number of ingredients you have access to. So kind of you're playing against the game, you have to finish your schemes before you run out of ingredients.
Okay. Interesting. And then how long does it take?
About 90 minutes,
90
because it's a lot of thinking and strategizing. If you play with experienced players, once you get to know what the spells are and what you need, to cast the spells, it
Right.
goes a lot faster.
Okay. And so what is the MSRP on the Village Crone?
$49.95.
$49.95. Just came out September 30th. What else is Fireside got coming down the pipe?
We are very excited. We have a new game coming out in the spring that's called Here Kitty Kitty. It is a cat collecting game. So there are 40 little cat minis, and everybody has a property, and you're trying to get the cats into your property so you can have the most points.
Right.
And you're going to be stealing cats from other players and protecting your cats from them to try to come out as kind of the crazy cat hoarder of the neighborhood. Actually, I'm a dog person, but that's okay. The minis are so adorable, and I want all the cards because they're just so cute.
And so that's supposed to hit the sweet spot?
Hopefully in the second quarter, so
Second
spring.
quarter?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you think the MSRP on that's going to be?
MSRP on that is going to be $24.95, and it is 3 to 6 players.
3 to 6 players.
Yeah.
All right, so here you got the Village Crone, $49.95.
$49.95, yep.
1 to 6 players, 90 minutes long. It is come out September 30th. It is from Fireside Games. Thank you to Marie.
And it looks beautiful on this table.
It does. It does look beautiful. And she just reminded me to plug our table. So the table is from BoardGameTables.com. They were kind enough to donate this to Club Fantasy for some stuff we have going on. Please take a look at them. Check them out. They are wonderful tables, very sturdy. BoardGameTables.com. And Maureen, thank you so much for being with us and demonstrating the Village Crone. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. We will be back momentarily, so please stay tuned. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are back with you from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is Joshua Williams from Ultra Pro, and we're going to be talking about Cthulhu's Vault from Jolly Rogers Games. Joshua, thanks for joining us, and give us a quick rundown of what we got here.
So, Cthulhu's Vault is two different games in one.
Okay.
The first part of the game is a cooperative story-based game.
Right.
So, all of the players in the game will play different investigators who are looking into some sort of mystery. I have a couple of the different investigators here.
Right.
A person could be a reformed cultist, a professor, private eye, faithful nun, war vet, things like that. And each of these investigators are touched by one of the ancient gods or the ancient ones popularized by H.P. Lovecraft.
Okay.
So you have the Ketterworld Spirit, Ithaca, you have Cthulhu and Sutter Mel, Yig, just a whole bunch of different big, scary
Elder
monsters
gods,
that they could turn into. And through the story cards, which I have a few here, through the story cards, they will learn a little bit about what's going on with this mystery that they're trying to solve. And eventually one of them will be driven to the point of insanity and manifest into this giant, ancient, terrible god. That's when the game changes from being a cooperative story-based game to an asymmetric combat game. One person playing as the ancient god, and the other 3, 4, 5 people trying to bring him down and save the entire world. Other things that we have here, besides the story cards, besides the Ancient One and Investigator cards, we also have the main counters for the development of the insanity or the development of the manifestation of the ancient god. These are our mystery tokens, and these are our cultist tokens. The cultist tokens, hitting a certain number on each player amount, will cause the person to become this ancient one. And these are the investigator tokens. Investigator tokens usually help during the combat phase. So you're always trying to bluff with the people around you. You have more investigator tokens, you have more cult tokens. So it's partially a game where you're cooperating, partially a game where you're trying to get resources from your other team or stall your other teammates. And then finally, during the actual combat phase, then we use these last 3 sets of cards. The first one being your initiative cards, and you'll see different kind of penciled-in artwork, representations of each of the different investigators of the Ancient Ones. You'll see the Ancient One combat cards, which are pretty devastating. There are a couple cards in here that Ancient One just picks up a person, eats them whole, or crushes them. It's very, very cool.
We love carnage, yes.
I love it a lot. And then the different investigator ones. Investigator combat techniques aren't as devastating, but there are some nifty little tricks. I've seen some investigators on the brink of death being able to quickly heal wounds, dodge these giant devastating attacks, or be able to quickly put down a monster, push in the last bit of damage, and survive. So it's one of those games where you could be the first person to die, you could still win because you're part of that collective effort.
Awesome. So what is the MSRP on this game?
MSRP of Cthulhu's Vault is $40.
$40, 3 to 6 players, plays in about 45 minutes, right?
Yes.
So if you're going to give the retailers 3 hot points for selling this game, what would they be?
3 hot points is the fact that it is 2 games in one. It's, like I said, both story game, but also the asymmetric combat. Second one is it's got that Lovecraftian theme. A lot of people love a lot of the Lovecraftian monsters. And then 3, it's a story-based game. It's a game that you play based on what you like. You play based on how you like to interact with people. It's a very, very cooperative, very social game.
Social game in the Lovecraftian universe that plays in 45 minutes. Done. Right? There it is, folks. Cthulhu's Vault from Jolly Rogers Games. This is Joshua Williams from Ultra Pro. I'm David Lowry from Club Fantasy, and we are coming to you from the Southern Hobby Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay tuned. We'll be back with you momentarily. Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy coming to you live from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is Steve Sampson with Bezier Games. We're going to talk about a few different products, but let's go ahead and start first with One Night Ultimate Vampire. Tell us the news about this.
So One Night Ultimate Vampire will be available in January.
Okay.
It builds on the success that we've had and that players have enjoyed with the One Night series.
Right.
You can play this game with One Night Werewolf, with Daybreak, with either of the 2 bonus packs, or you can play it by itself.
All right.
It follows the same basic gameplay of any of the One Night Werewolf games.
Right.
You've got 2 different groups. You've got, in this case, the vampire group, and then you've got the villager group, which contains a bunch of different roles that you can have.
Right.
The basic mechanic is the same, so everybody closes their eye. We've got an iPhone app or an Android app that walks you through the process.
Right.
And it's a free app, and it's great because you can pick and choose whatever roles you want from whichever of our games you want. Just mix and match, and it just gets everything right. Walks you through the whole thing.
All right.
So the way that it works is everybody closes their eyes, and then the app or a player could say, okay, vampires, open your eyes, look at each other so that you know who is your fellow vampire, and then you can pick somebody that you want to turn into a vampire. And then they go to sleep, and then the individual villagers will wake up, and then everybody wakes up, and there's about 5 minutes or so of discussion, where basically it's lie your pants off and try to get away with it. And then at the end of the 5 minutes, everybody holds up a finger, 3, 2, 1, and you point to who you think should die.
Okay.
Obviously, the villagers are trying to find out who the vampires are, and the vampires are trying to get the villagers to kill one of their own.
Right,
basically. That's the basic premise. And that's the premise for all of the One Night games. What Vampire adds is this other layer of what we call marks. Those are these items up here.
All right.
And the way that it works is, at the beginning of the game, everybody gets their role.
Right.
And everybody gets one of these. It's called a Mark of Clarity.
Okay.
Which just means you are certain of what you are.
Sure.
So let's say I'm the pickpocket.
Right.
Right. So this would come around here, and I get the Mark of Clarity.
Right.
That gets turned over because it's a hidden identity game. That gets turned over. The wrinkle now with Vampire, though, is before you get into the night phase, there's like a dusk or twilight kind of phase when the vampires do their thing. So vampires wake up, and then the vampires decide who among the non-vampires they want to turn into a vampire.
Okay.
So they would say, okay, we're going to give this Mark of the Vampire, which starts face down, but it looks like that.
Okay.
We're going to give this Mark of the Vampire to somebody. So they just do that little swap. I'm still the same role that I was before, but I'm now working for the other team.
Okay.
And then there are other roles that do other things, and there's a lot of swapping around. The priest is pretty powerful because the priest can take these 2 marks of clarity, which is what you start the game with.
Right.
You can say, okay, whatever you got swapped, I'm swapping it back out. They're like cleansing.
Okay.
And there's just a lot of different little nuanced kind of stuff, but it adds another layer of strategy and deception and counter-deception and ignorance and inside information, everything to the game. So we expect that this is just going to do great. We think it's going to add another layer entirely on top of what people are already experiencing. But outside of the game itself and the gameplay, we always get people coming up to us and saying, what about vampires?
Right.
We've got, there's a young woman who comes to our game nights at our house, and we didn't know this going in, but she came over, we showed her how to play werewolf.
Right.
She loved it. She said, are there any vampires? No.
Right.
Then she came over again, and we showed her how to play One Night Werewolf.
Right.
She loved it. Any vampires? No. So she's going to be thrilled. We're going to have something just for her that she finally gets to be a vampire.
Night.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
Now I know when I saw this announced, I was really excited about it because I love vampires, so this looked really cool. This is 3 to 10 players and plays in 10 minutes. 8 years old or over. What's the price point on this going to be?
$24.95.
$24.95, and it's going to hit
January.
Yeah. All right. So that's One Night Ultimate Vampire from Bezier Games. What have we got sitting over here?
So this actually is a component of this game.
Okay.
So slide this around. This is a game called Terra. It's a big box game. It's a very different approach from what we have traditionally done and from the vampire games.
Okay.
You know, if you just look at the artwork, well, it's cartoony, right? So it's very family friendly.
Right.
It's clearly werewolves and vampires and things of that nature.
Right.
So we might have, some grandparents coming into the store or some parents coming in with their 9-year-old and they think, oh, I'm a vampire game for you.
Right.
But this, you get to learn about the earth,
It's I wouldn't call it a trivia game. It's a general knowledge game, but it's very social, and it's got a layer of strategy that you don't often find in those types of games.
Okay.
The back of the box, it's a gorgeous map. It's just big, and we wanted to show Vampire.
Right.
But it's got this gorgeous map of the Earth, and it also has these 3 different sort of answer tracks.
All right.
One is just the year. One is some form of measurement, feet, meters, whatever it may be.
All right.
And the other is just general numbers.
Okay.
So what you're going to have is you're going to have cards like this in this nice little box.
Right.
And just typical, you've got questions here and then the hidden answers, then you take it out, you put it in the back of the box.
Right.
But each question, largest airport, number of passengers. And I had to kind of pre-read that so I didn't have to put on my glasses.
Right.
But it'll have a question. Where is the largest airport? What is the number of passengers that go through it every year? And maybe when was it built?
Let's
Something like that.
say Chicago O'Hare 10 million.
So you have answers, which may or may not be right.
Right.
But unlike a regular trivia game where you just shout it out or you raise your hand or it's your turn or something like that, there's it's sort of halfway between a resource management and a worker placement type of mechanism.
Right.
Because you've got all of these little cubes, and when it's your turn, you put a cube of your color on the answer, and you're the only one who can put your answer there.
Right.
So if you know the correct answer, you really want to be the first one there.
Right.
You get points for being close to it, for putting a cube on an adjacent answer, but you get the most points for being correct.
Right.
So what this means is, if you're not sure about this answer, but you're really sure about this one, you want to put your cube on the one you're really sure about, so you get the most points for that.
Right.
But you have a limited number of cubes, right? You have a limited number of answers, and you keep going until people are like, okay, I got nothing, right? I'm done.
Right.
If you can trick people or convince people or persuade people, whatever you want to call it, to put their cubes on incorrect answers, they aren't going to score any points for those cubes, and cubes for incorrect answers get taken away, and they only return slowly, one per turn.
Oh.
So if somebody puts a bunch, it's like betting big, right? They put a bunch of cubes on or near wrong answers. Those cubes are not going to be available to them until a little bit later in the game. So you really can get a good advantage that way. And the way that it plays out in the game is something like, maybe somebody takes a wild guess. If you can act like that's the right answer and you're disappointed because by the time it comes around to you, all of the adjacent ones will be taken, maybe you can get this whole side of the table to bet wrong. So when it comes to you, you can then bet in the right place and they now have fewer cubes to you. Or if you can make up a good lie, thank God my mom used to tell us stories about such and such, and you come up with a convincing lie. You can put a cube someplace. It's one cube that you're wasting, but maybe you get a bunch of people to commit their cubes. So it does have this aspect of strategic misdirection to it, and it just adds a more gaming mechanism to the typical general knowledge type of questions.
Sweet. And so the MSRP on this is $49.95?
$49.95.
And it plays in how long?
About 45 minutes or so. Depends on the group.
Okay.
Right? I mean, any of the social games, there are people who are going to be talking about
arguing
stuff.
Right.
Exactly.
And how many players?
I believe it is 2 to 6, I think.
Yep, 2 to 6 players.
2 to 6.
2 to 6 players. So this is Terra, the party game, where being close counts.
But being right counts more.
All right, so this is it out now?
This is already out.
It's already out. All right, so you can get that from the retailer.
Yep.
It's from Bezier Games. All right, and
those are the cards that go with
now
it.
is this an expansion or is this in the box?
No, that's in the box.
Okay.
That's in the box. I just wanted to pull the cards out in case I couldn't remember a question.
All right, so there it is. One Night Ultimate Vampire, Terra, the party game where being close counts.
And lots of other good stuff coming.
What else you got?
Like things that I could not tell you about, but good stuff.
Tease. All right, guys, this is Steve Sampson from Bezier Games. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are coming to you from the Southern Hobby Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. We will be back with you momentarily. Stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Panasai. Welcome back to the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm sitting here with Michael Ritchie, no relation to Lionel Richie, from Rather Dashing Games. We're going to talk about a few of the things that got going on, but because I'm unfamiliar with the company, why don't you give me a quick overview of what Rather Dashing Games is?
Okay, well, Rather Dashing Games began about 4 or 5 years ago around a campfire.
Okay.
I was with my wife and my lifelong friend, Grant Wilson, and his wife. And I've been designing in the industry for a long time, professionally, and had always wanted to do kind of my own thing. And he said, well, why don't we do it together? And it was just a moment where we're just like, oh yeah, because we've been friends since we were 4, and he is a phenomenal artist and been playing games together, Dungeons & Dragons, everything.
Right.
So we got together and we put a few different prototypes together, decided what we thought would do well, and then we started.
Awesome. So, 4 or 5 years, here we are at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo. You've got a couple games to show us. What are we going to look at?
What we're going to look at is what we call the Drawn and Quartered Line whimsical. Okay. It is a series of tile laying games.
Okay.
And each one takes the mechanics of the previous and builds up on it. We're looking at maybe 5, 6 titles in the line eventually.
Right.
And more along the lines of like Forbidden Island and Forbidden Desert.
Okay.
So they're not just going to be reskins.
Right.
Each one's going to offer a very unique play experience.
All right.
So the first one, Pirates, Ninjas, Robots, and Zombies, was released last year at Gen Con. Not this Gen Con, but last year.
All right.
And it's, like I said, it's a tile laying game, and you pick one of your favorite factions, a pirate, ninja, robot, or zombie.
Right.
And you take turns laying down tiles, and what you're trying to do is create a scoring section, a large scoring section consisting of your particular color and faction.
Okay.
All right? Now, a lot of tile laying games, only the edges of your place area matter.
Okay.
And that's not really the case here, because a lot of these tiles have what we call action icons on them. And those action icons allow you to rotate, swap, replace stuff from your hands.
Right.
The whole thing stays very dynamic right to the end. So it's very easy to learn, it's very cute and cartoony, but it's actually very hard to win.
All right.
We followed this up with Graveyards, Ghosts, and Haunted Houses. It has capitalized on a not very well-kept secret, is that the artist Grant Wilson is the same Grant Wilson from Ghost Hunters on Sci-Fi.
Oh, okay.
I did that show for several years.
Right.
And we've always wanted to do something paranormal themed.
Right.
And we finally had the right idea to do so. So this takes the mechanics of this and takes it up a notch.
Right.
And literally adds a second layer.
All right.
So we've taken all the bonuses and all the cool stuff that comes in the first game, and we've put them on tokens.
Right.
And those tokens are placed on top of the tiles you lay. So here's some of these. And what they allow you to do is, there are bonuses, there's your negatives, there's ways to cut your opponent's sections in half. Everyone also starts out with a little haunted house.
Right.
And you try to get your particular ghost to haunt as many of these windows as you can.
Right.
For additional bonuses.
Okay.
So what makes this one far more strategic is that if a tile has something on top of it, it cannot be rotated or swapped or anything happen to it. So it's much more strategic than the first one.
All right. So what is the MSRP on these games?
Both these games retail for $20 each,
Okay.
or $19.99.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you're going to give 3 hot points for the retailers to be able to take this game off their shelf and get it into somebody's hands, what would those be?
It's very family friendly. It is easy to explain to gamers and non-gamers alike.
Right.
And the continuing line, we've only got 2 out so far, but people are already asking for the 3rd one.
Right.
Because each one's just getting, we anticipate each one's just getting more and more cool. And $20.
$20. Okay, so then my last question is, right off of that is, what else can we expect from Rather Dashing Games?
A lot. We've got a lot coming up this year. We're looking at a really crazy game, a much larger product than this, called Tanks for Playing.
Okay.
And you will drive around a very cute little cartoony tank,
Right.
and lasers, nukes, all sorts of missiles and weapons just blowing the heck out of each other.
Right.
And it's just crazy over-the-top fun. We're working on a micro expansion to this. We're working on, we're working on really a lot of different projects right now. We've got a Middle Eastern themed trading game, like old world style.
Right.
Yeah, just a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff coming down the pipe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, folks, there it is. This is Michael Ritchie from Rather Dashing Games. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We will be back shortly with you at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay tuned. Hi everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are back from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is Tommy Weinicke, all the way from Finland for Play More Games, here to talk about Race to the North Pole. And just let me say before we get started, I played this at Gen Con, and to me it was one of the most unique and innovative games I had seen the whole time I was out there. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a quick look at Race to the North Pole. Give us a quick overview.
Quick overview. I want to start quickly with the box. As you can see, we've had this great Don Rosa-esque graphic around it. And why I start with the box, it tells you how meticulous we were with the game design itself. Starting from the box, you can see the beautiful design here, the cartoon, but you can actually see continuing all the way to the side, and it continues to the back. And you can actually rotate the box to any direction you want, and it's one big beautiful image, and we're very happy about how that turned out.
A lot of attention detail in the box.
A lot of attention to detail to everything.
All right.
Now what's in the box? Oh, an unboxing. This is actually my first. This is actually I've already put this together. So here we would have the central glacier and everything else.
Right.
The game is put together like this. I'll tell you about the game a bit later on as I have put all the pawns together.
Right.
First of all, you set up the glacier here. You put on the axle piece, which forms here. There you go.
Alright.
And you set up the central disc here, and one of those here. Just a second. It takes a little bit of constructing to get it together, but you'll see soon.
It's worth it, trust me.
It is
worth it.
That's the wrong way around. This soft table is kind of screwing me up. There we go.
Alright.
And you set the North Pole in the middle.
Alright, so the North Pole goes in the middle.
So, in the game,
yes,
your goal is to conquer the North Pole with your whole expedition team. The game begins as you bring your expedition members to the North Pole on your ship. And you move on the board which is made out of 8 times 8 square grid.
Okay.
And you try to race against other players to the middle. I'll bring the ship tiles here, which is your starting point.
Okay.
Here you go. This would be a 4-player setup. And all the pawns on the board, and then we are ready to go. The black ones, and you have the white ones. There you go. And the blue ones. Here we go. Now, the game begins, as I said, when you bring all your pawns on your ship with the frozen shores of the Arctic.
Right.
And in the game, you have to conquer the North Pole, which is in the middle, in all this. The game is played very simple. This is a super easy game to learn, but it's really hard to master. Every turn begins as you bring your guy to your base camp that is in front of you.
Right.
You move with the card that is in front of you. The card always shows the allowed movement, for example, diagonal or a straight step here.
Right.
You cannot cross the cracks which are on the board, and you can only approach the North Pole from one direction. Now, as I said, it's a competition,
right?
So it's a little bit cutthroat. So you can, of course, ambush other players back to their ship by kicking them around.
Right.
But that also has a cost. I'll come to that later.
Right.
But what's the kicker? What makes the game so absolutely fantastic and surprising is the weather.
The weather.
Now, the weather in the North Pole is surprising. And you'll never know what happens when the storm hits the board. Now, whenever you play a card, the probability of the storm increases. Every card has a certain amount of points, storm points.
Right.
And depending on the amount of players, when there are enough points gathered, a storm hits the Arctic,
right,
changing everything. Now, when the storm hits the board, you can check the direction of the storm from the draw pile,
right,
and then the board rotates. And this is why it took me 5 minutes to set it up, but it's all worth it. Now, 3 things happen when the board rotates.
Right.
First of all, the cracks that are on the board that form the Arctic labyrinth or the maze, they change place.
Right.
So all the routes change every time a storm hits. You don't know what's going to be underneath. I played this for 2 years, and I still can't remember what's underneath everything.
Right.
So that's not a problem for everyone.
Right.
Well, it might be a problem for every Rain Man there who kind of recalls everything. Not a problem for every joke.
So because of the randomness of the cards, it's never going to turn the same way every time. So it's hard to memorize that anyway.
It is, since it can go left, it can go right, it can go half a turn, and you'll never know which way it's going to turn.
Right.
Now, of course, all the players travel with the weather. Secondly, the cards you just had, your movement cards, they change ownership. So, for example, if you're just about to play some perfect card, it goes to another player. You don't know where it'll go. You'll get another set of hands. And it is possible that you get a hand that's missing a card or 2 or even 3. Because the storm in the Arctic will limit your options. So that's just bad for you. And thirdly, and most importantly, as you can see, the North Pole disc does not rotate with the board.
Right.
So this means this game will be super exciting to the very end. When you can be just about to win the game with your perfect card, and you're just that card away from winning, and the storm will rotate the board, and everyone is just that much farther away from winning, and it's always super intense to the very end. When playing with 4 players, this is something that the game usually looks towards the end. And then there's a couple of storms, couple of equipment, couple of everything. No one knows who will win.
And you have to get all of your guys to the North Pole, not just one,
Yes, you have to. And the amount of your pawns depends on the amount of players. For example, if you play with 2 players, everyone uses 4 pawns. If you play with 4 players, everyone uses 2 pawns. So it's balanced. There's basically always the same amount of pawns on the board. So it's always the same, not matter how many players there are.
So if you were going to describe to the retailers what are 3 important selling points for this game? Just 3.
I can go 10,
No,
but 3.
just 3.
First of all, what is the most important part for me is that this game is really easy to learn, but it's really hard to master. We've created somewhat perfect balance of luck and skill with the game. You can get better when you're playing it, but it doesn't assure victory. We've had kids of 5 and 7 playing the game and doing really, really well. And playing against people like me. And it doesn't assure that I'm gonna win. But because of the system built here, it doesn't mean that I'll be bored playing against people who haven't played before. Because you try to plan ahead all the time, create tactics, and then the board screws you up a little bit, and it keeps it fun all the time for you and for everyone. So that's I think number 1 selling point. And this might seem silly, but the number 2 selling point for the game is the manual. It really is. I mean, okay, imagine a situation that you get a game for Christmas. It looks awesome and everyone's like hyped up. Let's play this game. And then little Joe opens the box and gets like, this manual is 55 pages long. I was like, okay, Joe, you learn the manual and we'll go make some sausage in the fireplace and whatever. Yeah. Okay.
We'll come back next week.
Exactly. Our manual, first of all, is in a form of a comic book. Everything you need to know is in the images. And there are 2. These 4 pages are all the game rules. And if you don't feel like reading, you can just watch the images. Everything is here. Every single rule of the game is in the images. So this is super simple to learn. Anyone can learn this game, whether they want to read it or not read it. I mean, this is very easy for everyone.
Easy.
Yeah, that is what it took months and months to create this kind of a comic book rulebook. And we are very happy how it turned out.
Okay. So what's the 3rd point?
Third point is that this game is super intense and fun. And what I talked about before, the game looking like this towards the end. And that's the whole fun of the game. There are certain games you play, it's like after 15 minutes, someone has bought the Death Star, someone has bought the Star Destroyer, it's like, okay, you already won the game. But let's play anyway for an hour or so, and okay, you won the game. And that's why I keep coming back to this game. Okay, it's my own design, of course I play it a lot, but I really honestly wouldn't if it wasn't so intense and fun every single time. I mean, this is one of those games that when you get your very last pawn to the end, it's like, oh yeah! It's not score counting in the end. It's like you got 2, you got 3, you got 4, and after 5 minutes, like you won, and it's like, oh, that's fun. This is the intense. It gets so intense that when there's the release at the end, it's insanely fun. I mean, that's why this game is superb.
And I would just add that it's completely unique. Having the rotating board, there's a mechanic that you don't get anywhere else. So for the gamer who's got all these other styles of games, this is something they do not have, more than likely, 99% guaranteed. So I would add that in there as well. What is the MSRP on this?
It's 33 euros, so it depends on the dollars, of course, but it's 34.90 something.
So about $35.
Yeah.
And it plays in roughly 45 minutes, and it's 2 to 4 players. So it's a ton of game in a short amount of time. Right?
It is, but I even haven't begun to talk to you about our app. As you saw, as I told you, the game is perfect. It's perfect without anything else. But we wanted to create something cool, something more for the community, for the players, for us.
Right.
So we integrated smartphones with the game, more mechanics with the game. If you download our app, which is called Diced, with the game.
D-I-Z-E-D.
Yeah, it's digitalized in short. You can use different kind of mechanics with the game if you want to.
Right.
For example, I showed you how to count the dots for the storm.
Right.
Now let's say you play with 4 players. 3 of them are gurus, they've played a lot. They know how to count the cards and count the points and meticulously, like, you're gonna play 2, you're gonna play 3, so I know it's gonna be a storm, I don't know which way, but anyway. And the 4th player would be frustrated.
Right.
You can use, for example, a weather mechanic with the game, which would mean that every time you play a card, instead of counting the points, you click here. The blue bar in the bottom indicates the probability of a storm. Now, no one knows when the storm is gonna hit, and everyone just has to play a card, press here, and the app itself will tell you what kind of a storm it will be. So that gives the game a lot more luck. And that is exactly, that is fun when you play with new players, when you play with kids.
Right.
When you play with chess players, 4 chess players, everyone wants to count the points. You don't have to use it.
Right.
And what's fun about this, for example, I had a group playing this half an hour ago. They were 15 minutes in the game and they wanted, hey, we want to use the app. Okay, you can. But just stop counting points, take the app.
Right.
And start using it. If they'd run out of battery, they could just stop using it.
Right, and go back to the cards.
And there are 6 different mechanics with the game at the moment. We've promised 12 that they will come to the app in a year or so. And you can use as many as you want, just 1 or 2 or 3, how many you want all together, alone, whatever. Just gives more content, more replayability, more options, more everything for the game. And as I said, the best part is that if you don't like using it, just click it off. You can just click it off during mid-game. Like, we don't like this mechanic. We want to go to another. We like the original game. We run out of battery. Everything works perfectly with or without the app. But for the ones who have played this 100 times and they want something else, hey, there's a new mechanic here. Let's try it out. And it changes the game.
Changes the game, so it gives it tons of replayability.
Tons.
All right, folks, that's...
No, it's not.
What?
Before we go, because I still need to show you this, since I'm a game designer.
Right.
And when I was a kid, and I played Monopoly or anything, or any other game, I wanted to create content for it. And I always hated when I created cards on it and they looked like I made them myself. So for the ones who want to be game designers and want to practice out, we have tons of custom cards for the game. You can create your own items, you can create your own North Poles, your own teams, your own cards, whatever, as much as you want.
Add your own flavor.
Crazy.
Add your own flavor to the game.
Add your own flavor. This is just free in the box for tinkerers like me and pro like you, so we can just create and go crazy. And that's
create separate scenarios.
That's number 6 of the points.
Yes.
Why the game is awesome. I have still 4 left, but I think
we run out of time.
Yeah.
We run out of time. All right, folks. This is Tommy Weinicke with Play More Games from Finland. Race to the North Pole. I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are at the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are back from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo here in Nashville, Tennessee. Joining me is Howard Shue with Dex Protection. Howard, tell us a little bit about Dex Protection for those retailers that are not familiar with your company.
Yeah, absolutely. Dex Protection is a new gaming accessory company. We've been around for about 7 or 8 months now, and thankfully things are growing. We really focus on kind of the core gaming accessories out there: deck boxes, card sleeves, binders. We've been traveling around nationwide, just trying to get the word out, and thankfully people have really liked it so far. We have some of our new products debuting actually at the Southern Hobby Show, so we're really excited about that. Really kind of our focus is to make products that gamers like and they can use, and that are going to be totally functional for them. We noticed kind of a gap in the market where some of the products didn't fit exactly some of the games that they were made for. So we decided to kind of jump in it into a pretty crowded market, and thankfully so far, people have really liked the product.
All right, so let's move a little bit into the product in and of itself, and let's start with that binder.
Yeah, absolutely.
What can you tell us about that binder that's a little bit different maybe from other ones?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference you're going to notice with our binders and a lot of our accessories is that we do a lot of kind of custom stuff to make us stick out. The biggest difference is, a lot of the manufacturers out there use kind of like a faux leather. We actually use a Saffiano padded exterior, which is really nice. A nice thick band to actually hold everything in place.
Right.
And the biggest thing that kind of sets us apart is the interior. We like to use a nice red velvet interior to kind of make us stick out. A lot of the stuff that goes into these products is very expensive.
Right.
So we really wanted to create a product that kind of matches that. We kind of think good cards deserve good products, and that's kind of been our focus. All of our products have this nice red velvet interior. It's actual real velvet instead of felt, which a lot of manufacturers use, which kind of flakes apart. So it just kind of gives it a nice luxurious feel. The binder itself has a padded exterior, which just kind of gives a nice soft feel. And really just the focus is to give your cards and give your collectibles a nice accessory to kind of hold it and kind of match the value of the actual cards.
A little pride in your game.
Yeah, exactly.
A little pride in your game.
Absolutely.
All right,
man.
so when I picked this box up earlier, I noticed that the magnet is super strong, but then I also noticed the stability and the firmness of the box itself.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I travel everywhere with games, and they're just getting trashed all the time. I don't get that feeling with this.
Yeah, I mean, that's
so the construction seems to really take a priority here.
Absolutely. I mean, we really focus on the quality of our products. I mean, one of the reasons we kind of got into the industry is we noticed there's a lot of products that don't really focus on quality. So we wanted to create a product by gamers. We all game. We like to have fun with it. So our motto is kind of by gamers for gamers, and we really try to fill the gap that's there in terms of making a really good quality product, but at the same time at a price point people can afford.
Right.
And that's really kind of our core motto and our focus. And so far, so good.
So far. All right, so let's move on to that little black package over there. What is that? And first of all, what was the MSRP on this?
MSRP on this guy is going to be $24.99, so about $25.
Okay.
Super affordable. It's very comparable to the other things that are out there. But I think the biggest thing players and people are going to notice is really the quality of it.
All right.
It's
So
a step above.
Let's move on to that then.
Yeah, this guy right here, this is our Duelist deck box. It just came out probably about 2 months ago. It's kind of got a dual purpose. We started kind of focusing on the Magic industry, but we noticed there's smaller size card games and stuff like that also have that need.
Right.
So the Duelist kind of fills that gap. It's got 2 removable trays, so you can actually take them in and out. They're very similar products on the market, but they don't actually have the removable tray function.
Right.
Same kind of quality. We have the velvet exterior, or interior, I'm sorry, the Saffiano exterior. And this guy, the best thing about it, it's super small, lightweight, and transfers really well.
Awesome. And the MSRP on that is?
That is going to be $17.99.
All right.
Not bad, right?
All right, so now we got something kind of along the same line in this product here.
Yeah, this was actually based upon a lot of recommendations from a lot of our players. We have the great opportunity to sponsor some of the pro players on tour and for Magic, and they wanted a box that they could put everything in. A lot of people carry their dice, different bags and stuff like that. So this is kind of an all-in-one solution. This particular box right here holds 60 cards for your main deck, a sideboard of 15, plus a removable tray for any type of accessories and stuff like that. The exterior is made with super durable material, so it can hold up traveling to GPs, going to tournaments, being in your book bag and stuff like that. This one will actually debut, I think, in the first quarter, so hopefully we're getting out in about January, mid-January. And MSRP on that is going to be $29.99.
$29.99? All right, so let's move on to the royalty here, based on the color.
Yeah, this is kind of our core product. It's one of our top sellers. Best thing about this is, a lot of players like to carry around multiple decks. This actually fits everything into one.
Right.
So,
oh wow.
Yeah, pretty cool, right? It's got the same velvet interior. This particular compartment holds 100 double sleeve cards. So if you have any Magic players out there, you can put a Commander deck in there, double sleeve, no problem. Plus another one. So if you're carrying around different decks, this will also hold that. That'll hold up to 75 double sleeve cards.
Okay.
Plus it's got a compartment for your die tokens and things like that. This is really awesome, and the best thing about it is MSRP is $20.
Wow.
Yeah, not bad at all.
And it is sturdy, baby.
Super sturdy, yeah. I mean, that's we really take pride in the quality of our products and making sure that players are going to be able to utilize it for really any need that they have.
Right.
Some products focus on one particular industry. We want to make sure that anyone out there with trading cards or collectible cards, you can put it in our products, and it's a pretty seamless transition.
All right, so now with these products in themselves, can they get them in different colors, or are they
Oh yeah,
color for now?
Absolutely. This is kind of our main line, the creation line. This comes in 6 colors. When the Pro line debuts, that's going to have 6 colors as well.
Okay.
So, we really chose some edgier colors, something that kind of sticks out a little bit more, and that's kind of been the focus for us.
All right, and so the piece de resistance. What is it?
This is a product that we're coming out with. Actually, in about 2 weeks, we'll have our first shipment. A lot of players and stuff asked us to do, the plastic boxes that are out there. We as gamers don't really like those, so we wanted to come up with something that's at a lower price point, but same quality.
Right.
The biggest thing you'll notice about this particular box is it has a textured exterior, so it's kind of got a little bit of a tactile feel to it. As always, we have the red velvet interior. The biggest thing about this, though, it's got crazy strong magnets, which a lot of players really want to focus on because they want to make sure that their products don't slip out. A lot of card games obviously really expensive, the cards. We want to make sure we protect it really well.
Right.
So it's got a reinforced magnet, and the best thing about this guy, it's going to be $6 MSRP.
Nice.
Yeah, not too bad.
Absolutely nice.
Yeah.
Super sweet. All
Totally.
right, so is there anything else besides this that's going to be debuting anytime soon that you want to talk about?
So far, we're going to have our new card sleeves out. We didn't have the new colors, but they will be debuting very shortly. We'll have new card sleeves, and we're working on a lot of different products. We have playmats coming out. We have playmat tubes and stuff like that. So we're really excited about it. We're really hesitant getting into the market because it is so crowded and there are so many different manufacturers out there.
Right.
But so far, we've been dumping all of our capital into new products and making sure that we have the full line of products so that really Dex Protection is going to be a company that is the full gamut. Any type of accessory you need, Dex Protection is going to have it, and it'll be the same quality as our original products.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right, folks. This is Howard Shue with Dex Protection. I am David Lowry with Club Fantasy. This concludes our broadcast from the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo, Nashville, Tennessee. I want to thank Southern Hobby Supply for having us out and letting us do this and bring this event to you. We truly appreciate it. I also want to thank BoardGameTables.com for supplying the table for this event and future events. Check them out at BoardGameTables.com. Also, thank you to all the wonderful game companies. We had about 20 of them that came around here and showcased their product for you today. Thank you to every single one of you for doing that. We really appreciate it. Once again, I'm David Lowry with Club Fantasy. We are going to end our broadcast now, and we hope that we will see you again soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Good night, everybody.